things about blood sacrifice, death, occultic symbols, the upside-down cross, possession, distorted faces, darkness. All these things are involved in satanic worship. Pay attention again to the beat of the drums, and then listen as the song starts to tail off. You begin to hear screams in the background, which is a symbolism of people becoming possessed as it's being sung.
Oh, oh shit. Okay. Is that working now? Fucking bullshit. We hear you? Okay. I added the mic, which I don't know why it wasn't there. And I had to go into the setting for the properties of the mic and then change that to Realtek audio, whatever headset, the headset I got. And now it's on. Like, the fuck? None of this shit was a problem yesterday or the other fucking days. Fucking weird crap. All right, so that that shit's working now, I guess. Loud and clear here. As clear as Will Smith. Keep yelling, keep my wife's name. All right. Copyright shit. Yeah. Who knows? Don't they call that a shadow ban? Tap. Like they don't tell me about it, but they're keeping me in the shadows. Hey, DPZ. Welcome in. Vidya, Stonk, Barf, Tap. I don't know if Macca's was here a second ago or what. Welcome everybody. Who's might be missing somebody. Alright. That's fixed, thank God. Mm-hmm. You can't keep a good Mac down.
I'm a simple man making his way through the galaxy, like my father before me.
Your clones are very impressive. You must be very proud. I'm just a simple man trying to make my way in the universe.
People keep asking if I'm back, and I haven't really had an answer. But now, yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
I'm thinking I'm back. Because you can't keep a good Mac down.
Mac 10, nutty as they come, people fake stand, and none from the waist down. It's a Sunday, a gun day, rolling down a one-way, in my lack, front and back on the train track, on yak and herb, niggas swerve, it's on my nerves.
All I smoke is chronic, run my coin just like I'm Sonic from the hood, I speak Ebonics. That and economics, shorty, we can link like Zelda, that broke then you a billions like your money. Bitch, start tripping, now I'm blue. Mega man, I can't wait for losing cause I got
Video, you're exhausted right now. Not planning to rest, but you might fall asleep. Had a lot to do today. Anyways, good to see you. Alright, Video. No problem. Always good to see you. Mac always comes back. Somehow, there was like so many fucking technical difficulty bullshit things going on. Looks like it's all settled though. He had a friend who did a Windows update and it made his mic so it wasn't accessible by any other programs. There was some weird setting for mic access rights had to enable. I don't know why the fuck Windows is so jank still. Yeah, I think that's what happened. The stupid update. Nothing was wrong yesterday, and then right now I saw that it's been asking to update for a while. So I was like, fuck it, I'll do it right now. But nope, bad idea I guess. Fucking never update. Stick to whatever you got.
That's the sound of the beast. That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the beast. That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the beast.
Via sottolineatura fam just redeem the time to play the game.
Home Alone. Didn't I play that? Alright, Sega Master System, Home Alone. Get to it when, yeah, I guess tomorrow, if anything, because yeah, I wasn't planning on that. Or wait, if I got it, I probably got that listed. Because yeah, I also didn't want to do an all art stream. So yeah, I'll probably do a quick little art stream or something. Let's see. Might have that already installed. Master System. Straightforward game, but it's tough. Certainly won't be offended if you end up using save states. Oh, yeah, I'll see how far I can get without save states. Shit, is it here? Oh, it looks like, yeah. Home Alone. Yeah, it looks like it's working. Yeah. Cool, it's there. Alright. Hey, Visual. Welcome in. Quick art streams and ETGBA. The world record, any percent. Yep. You know it. Alright, let's see if this is gonna actually show up right. Looks fine on my screen. Oh yeah, I do want to make this larger canvas actually, because I'm gonna try to draw a bunch of these random people I got listed. Need to knock these out. I'll probably just leave them as sketches too, because I don't know them. They don't come in here all the time, I don't think. Alright, let's go to my new, well, not really new, but I made a separate screen for art stuff. What was that? A random thing that popped up.
This is Kermit the Frog, and I'm...
Show me what you got. Show me what you got. I want to see what you got.
Shout out time.
Here we go.
You messing with the bad boys now. 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 You messing with the bad boys now.
Oh
You
man.
messing with the bad boys now. You messing with
What the
the
fuck
bad
is
boys
going
now.
on?
Is that supposed to be Martin
Bad
or Will
Boys.
Smith? I can't tell.
She's broke. She doesn't know what to do. I can't. I'm.
Hey, Spice Boy. Welcome in.
You can't sue me because I'm drunk, so I'm not liable.
What the fuck? No. What was Tap doing there? Hey, Mechas. Welcome in.
Wings, what happened? We're with a random.
Yeah, exactly.
Should we leave?
I guess we could leave party and...
It would be nice, but it's also unfair against the other person.
Yeah, I mean, he is changing to Bill. He sees what we're doing. And his Bill has a toolbox. He's got the whole thing going. There we go.
No problem, video.
Yeah.
Just leave.
Mhm.
Found another one.
God. This game really loves witnesses, doesn't it?
Yep.
Random ass clip for Mechas.
I need to stop reading in chat. I really need to stop reading chat while I'm fucking trying to
No
run
problem,
away.
Spice Boy.
I really need to stop doing.
Did I miss anybody?
I like what you got. Good job.
For now. I think that was everybody for now, so yeah, let's see. Gonna make this like a giant canvas. Oh, hey, Dreadbread, here we go. Somebody else has entered.
Hey, go away, dentist.
Yeah.
Don't kill me.
Go Jam and
No,
Roll.
go. Ah, jeez. All right. 1 second here.
This might be too big.
of something here. I'm trying. Could you guys stop?
Macus with another shout out to Stomp. You do hate the dentist?
This isn't working.
Anybody like the dentist?
I'll just punch them. If I punch them all, then it doesn't count as a casualty. I can't believe that worked.
Like 3 layers at this size. Like that. Cut that in half. Okay, cool, damn. Get a shitload more. Alright. That's okay. More clips of Stunk. The better. I heard of one person that loved the dentist. Think they're not human. I just know that one character from Little Shop of Horrors, played by Jack Nicholson, I think, in the first movie, the black and white one. And then I think Steve Martin in the remake. They love the dentist and getting their teeth drilled and all that. Is Vidya the true evil genius around here? But by making me play all these fucked up games and shit. Oh shit, PP. Welcome in, PP. Alright, first on this list of strangers, and let me know if anybody knows these people. These people. That's fine. The hell, nothing's coming up. Oh. Pencil not connected or some bullshit. Another fucking problem. Who are these people? There's a guy named Butt Rat. Or a girl, who knows. Butt Rat. Super Monkey. Stage 1 boss. I don't know. Damn, what the fuck? Oh, this is fucking bullshit. Why was that down? I don't remember messing with that. Opacity? Okay. What the fuck's going on? Is it Friday the 13th? Super Monkey. Oh yeah, a bunch of random ass numbers. 123084. Fucking weird. Now I think that's not a real person. That has to be a freaking bot. Unless somebody knows. That's a real person. Let's see. It is a 10-inch canvas here. And I need to do like, I want to say like maybe 5 to 10 of these. Just gonna draw whatever the fuck. Just random shit. Oh shit, you know stage 1 boss? You didn't hear the others. Butt Rat. Super Monkey 123084. And Deadline, it's another one. Deadline 08. You think that's a Who from Horton? Here's a Who? The people or this little character? Let's see, nose or no nose? I think he looks cool without a nose.
My purse. Don't be afraid to shout it. That's my purse! Try it again. That's my purse! I don't know you!
Oh shit, hey. That's not my... I mean, that's my purse. Thanks, Barf, for the 100 bitties. Yeah, time for the duck dance.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground.
That's a little too long.
Shake those tail feathers, shake them around.
You were on that yesterday too. I had no idea what I was going to draw. Oh yeah. Yeah. I heard it's a good idea to plan stuff, but not around here. Oh, you had Thanksgiving dinner 574 for the season? You're gonna die now?
Where's the whole world gone?
What, strangers?
Mad?
Varf-face-9000 just redeemed tag dance.
Baby Huey would destroy all 4 Teletubbies? What? Get him? Who would win in a fight, Baby Huey or a Teletubby? This duck dance always comes with a little side of Russian fear. What? Let's see, let's copy Spice Boys drawing from yesterday. You're drawing a Stimpy butt on that ninja. Detailed Stimpy butt. Farting ninja. There's a notification on the top. Oh yeah, that thing. Yeah, I don't know what the hell. Forgot about that. Russian fear thing. Yeah, I already forgot what it says. Something about Russia. Only person, you think the only person that could probably give him a good fight is Barney? Yeah, Barney's like even bigger, right? He's taller than him. Barney versus Baby Huey steel cage match. Says something about Russia and China. Party Ninja, he's got the face that says they taught me spanking. And we could leave folding chairs and Barney can reverse a car. It's a baby Huey, like the one video.
Doing the duck.
Like that.
Doing the duck.
Doing the duck.
Madre de Dios.
Oh yeah. You dead, man. Feel like there's no fighting the Teletubbies alone. They'll jump you right away. Yeah, they're a team, I guess. They don't usually work alone. Yeah, Barney did that. If you're somehow winning, the vacuum will show up and start fucking you up. Was there a vacuum or something on Teletubbies? I know there was that sun, that creepy sun with a baby's face in it. That should scare off everybody. Fuck that thing. That fucking nightmare world. Probably spending already too much time on this. This monkey. Trying to make it quick and dirty. Yeah, like putting in details that shouldn't be doing all this. I don't know these people, damn it. Super Monkey 123084. Be two just nostril holes. Yeah. Fuck. His hand is super detailed. Shit. Was the ninja farting, Spice Boy? Is that what he ended up doing? I was wondering if that was a fart or if that was like a cartoon like somebody just ran away really fast and left a cloud. Like a ninja disappearing. Let's see. Like that. That could be a fart. Alright. Good enough. Yeah, he was farting. Oh, he didn't finish it. Okay. Oh, wait a second. What? Scared background music? Yeah. It helps me relax. Scary music. Oh shit, I missed all this. What the hell? You don't know, man. You saw the way Baby Huey destroyed that piano? Yeah, he fucked up that whole classroom. Can generate a lot of power. Vacuum sucks up the tubby custard. Oh shit. I forgot about that. Tubby custard, vacuum, yeah. Damn, yeah, crazy. Somehow I remember it now that you mention it. Man would show up to save the day. A baby in the sun is grown up and having babies. Oh no. Are they gonna come back for the Teletubbies remake? Love and hate that sentence. Sucks up the tubby cast. The sun. Name Omega Mac blessing the masses with an art stream. You're a more diligent artist than you if didn't know them. Oh, you wouldn't make them? Yeah, I don't know. It gives me something to do for an art stream, so I said, why not? Let's give these random people something. Barf doesn't do commission work. He was farting to finish. Definitely a shit position. Don't do charity work lately. Make it a sticker, have it say silent but deadly. Oh, okay. But not an emote, right? You're saying that they wouldn't allow that one? Probably. Sometimes I don't know with Twitch and their weird censorship. Can be for money. Oh. True, now you tell people flat out if you're not feeling the idea to go somewhere else. Yeah, I kinda feel like that too. Somebody describes something I'm just not into. I'm like, nah, fuck that. Rather than waste both your times, i.e. you not being into it and then get a lackluster product. Yeah, a lot of people come up asking for some weird things that I'm really not into. Like, I don't know, boring stuff to me that I would find boring to try to draw, like a car or some shit. I'm like, fuck that. I don't like drawing fucking vehicles. Oh, like drawing that Noah, the otter car from the movie Cars, whatever. That was annoying to me. I'm like, ugh, I don't like this. I don't like the movie Cars. Probably overthinking, not a bad thing. Teletubbies remastered, yeah. That's the best monkey, rudely ripping ass. Yeah, 123084 Super Monkey. Oh, you're gonna search them up, Tap? Let me know what they're about. Might allow it'll be wearing its ninja pants. Oh, okay, yeah. No naked bare ass. Ninja bare ass. Alright, oh shit. Speaking of ass, next person is Butt Rot. Fucking hell. Butt Rot. Okay. What do we do with that shit? What in the fuck do we want to do for that? Let's see. Can't think of anything really. I don't want to just draw a big ol' another ass. Big ol' ass. Just draw some Grinch looking thing. See where it goes. Crap. I draw for a second and then I miss a bunch of shit in the chat. Might allow it. There's a doctor in Vietnam that would pay a whole bunch of money for Sonic feet drawings. Drawing him and drawing the feet super huge. Shit, I'll draw that if he pays a shitload of money. Fucking. So it's still some weird shit I'm not interested in, but if the price is right, fuck it. Maybe draw a nice container of Play-Doh. What? For you? Play-Doh? Yeah, get a lot of people asking to do portraits of their family member. Oh yeah, that I don't like. I don't like drawing real life looking things, really. Realistic portraits and stuff like that. I want to make the people look fucked up. That's my go-to move. Make people look all demented and fucking weird. Technical thing like a car, I mean, what's some goofy ass surreal drawing of their family member? Okay, but like, this is your Aunt Beverly? What? We'll ask someone else. Necrosis of the sphincter. Drawing this through the iPad? Yeah. Is that program you're talking about? Oh no, yeah. This is a Procreate. Just some app. It's pretty cheap, I think. I forgot. Maybe $10 or something. Hard not to just think of Rotting Nasty Butt. Yeah. That fucking name. You gotta go a different direction. Gonna be too many asses. Yeah, 2 asses in a row. What is this? Spice Boy Art Street? It's a real Aunt Beverly. Be pretty sick. Mega's gonna get a copyright strike if he keeps modeling the asses after Mickey D's ass. Mickey D's lawyer's gonna be looking for a cut. Like this expression? It's gonna be your monkey paw. You wish for incredible drawings, but now you can only draw voluptuous asses. Shit. I guess I was looking at that Grinch game for so fucking long. I had to fucking draw him eventually. But I don't want him smiling. I forgot how his mouth is. Does he have a mouth like that? Like a dog or whatever? No, right? He has like a human mouth, really. Let's see. I think he has this weird hair. Like fucking mutton chops. Yeah. What do they call that shit under your nose? A little indent. I feel like he has a really exaggerated one, or it just sticks out. I think he has a chin. I know he has a skinny neck. But whatever. It's not really the Grinch. Don't want to get a copyright strike drawing the Grinch. Oh, I know he has this fucking crazy question mark hair or something. Some bullshit. Something like that. Alright, butt rat. Butt rat. There you go. Should I even bother drawing the body? Do a quick little phony body. Shit. Belly button. Yeah. There we go. Some boobs. Some nice Grinch boobs. Now, maybe the canvas should be bigger, but like it's oh wait, yeah, this is a different layer, so I could just not worry about the monkey. It's farting in his face. Okay. Whoa, hello. But rat's name is not complying. Oh yeah, I see that reflector logo thing. That's the. Oh, I don't know if that's what you were asking about, Barf. But yeah, that's what I'm using to show this on the screen, on my computer screen, and use as a source on OBS. Reflector 4. Yeah, the good thing is I don't see that on my iPad, so it's not as annoying as it looks like right there. But yeah, this is like a free trial, and I just wanted to test it out before actually buying it. I think I will after the 7-day trial. Seems like a pretty decent price, like 20 something bucks. Where was I in chat? Like give him a butthole for a mouth. What the fuck? Cringe game of the day. Second butthole mouth. Oh man, too late. Too late. I committed to the frowny face. His mouth either like a typical smiley face or like the bottom of a heart when he smiles. Yeah, when he does the awesome exaggerated smile, that's like his other expression. If you were paid to draw someone's family, you would draw everyone super nice, but then draw their babies super messed up, holding a meth pipe. Replace their baby with baby. Can you draw buttholes on Twitch? Shit. Probably not. I don't know. I don't know what the rules are. But then again, I played Fritz the Cat on here. I'm sure there was some buttholes in that. If he yells, it's just an oval. I think actual butthole would probably not fly unless it was disguised as something else. Sounds more fun. Philtrum? Oh, the fucking, yeah, the indent under your nose. That's a philtrum. To say it's a dune sandworm. Oh yeah, that's true. You draw a fucking sandworm mouth. Oh shit, hey, Waz. Welcome in. Yeah, art stream today. Sometimes there's a huge philtrum line. Other times it's not there at all. Ask to get paid in full and then do it. Grinchboobs.com. Look how Grinch you're gonna get pink eye. It's a good idea. Have been stiffed after doing a full design. Oh shit, that sucks. Yeah, I've done some work for people, and then like everything's settled pretty much, but then they bullshit me and say like, oh, can you change this one thing, move it a little bit higher, and then I do it, and they're like, no, more lower, and they ask me so many times, I'm like, fuck you. You just fucking wanted to scam me and shit, whatever. Like, this is going too far. Like, I had to do it like fucking 20 times or something. And yeah, I was like, nah, You're just out to scam people. Get the fuck out of here. Partying right in Grinch's face. They get mad, tell them they don't understand art. You should just get a chat TTS so you don't have to read shit. Oh yeah, like those. That would be good, yeah. Send me the link to get the talking chat. Gonna go to Din Din with the fam. Enjoy ourselves. Check back. Still live. Yeah. I'll be on for a good while. Dump TTS and Dix. Okay. Secret Lands has pretty good settings. A lot of that happens. Yeah. I don't like to. Yeah, exactly. Like little dumb changes, and you know it's really just so they don't have to pay you anything, and they already got all your work. Teacher of yours would always tell you about a time they asked him to change something. He didn't change shit. Waited a few days, then gave them the same design, and they were like, "Oh, love it." Oh, yeah, fucking people are weird like that. Tune in for laughs, art, and maybe a butthole or two. Twitch allows it to be max about sex. Yeah, let's see. Let's draw that sandworm butthole for stage 1 boss. Next layer, stage 1 boss. How much of a butthole should this look like? I don't know, guys. Might be going to GBA jail for this. Gape. Yep. Let's gape this butthole up. Oh, what's this? Oh no, it's a worm actually. Calm down, everybody. Just a worm. From the movie Dune, remember that? Just say it's a mouth. Well, that's what it's going to be. So yeah, just wanted to start with just a straight up open butthole type of shape. And now, I don't know, do they have tongues, these worms? Let's give them a tongue. Fuck. Why not? Sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got teeth. I don't know how the fuck. How the teeth look on this fucking thing. Just randomly sticking out. Wherever. Yeah, it looks good to me. Stage 1 boss. Sure. That's perfect. For this stranger. For this person that I don't know.
I don't know you. I don't know you.
How loud is
I
that?
don't know you. I don't know you. I don't
Where are
know
you, Bobby?
you. I don't know you. I don't know you.
This is pretty loud. Sounds quiet to me.
I don't know you. I don't know you. I don't know you. I don't know you.
And actually, the music stopped? What the fuck? Oh, it says video paused, continue watching. Weird. The fuck? When does YouTube do that?
You sure about that? You sure about that? That's why?
What it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now. Cause my name is Baby Huey. I'm the biggest duck in town.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
I know how to swim.
Is the whole world gone mad?
Florta just redeemed danse.
Hey, wait! Help us out over here! Ah! Go in there.
How about some buffalo chips or a moose shake? We got a 2-for-1 Easter special.
No thanks.
Hey, wait! Help us out over here! Ah!
Go in there.
Kill more crates.
Floor tap just redeemed Eddie Deason.
More crates. That looks like the kid from Terrifier 2. Oh, the kid with the glasses?
I'm joining the duckins, going into a trance, shake my tail feeders, and any weather waddle around to the sound of baby going the biggest duck in town, doing the duck as the whole world gone mad.
Another stunk. Ghost Rider rap for Eminem. Nah. Gotta make some AI duck dance songs. Yeah. Surprised you You haven't done that yet. Hmm. Works pretty good. Oh, is that what you use for all those? Been running this hard drive sync for 24 hours. Still gonna take another 12. Damn. And 3. Oh, okay, yeah, the nerdy kid, yeah, the brother of the main girl. The music is super low. Oh, for the let me see. Is it? Oh yeah, it is. Got it down there. Need some eyes. Yeah. I was thinking of giving this sandworm some eyes like the Beetlejuice sandworms. Use some other shit, but Suno is the best. Why shouldn't they have eyes, right? But where would they go? On top like that? I was gonna say over here, just on the sides or something. But no, I like those tiny eyes on top. little eyebrows. Darken this up a bit. There we go, stage 1 boss. That is you. That's for you, wherever you are, and whoever you are. Who's next? Who's on this list? Okay, even less of an idea what to draw for this. Deadline 08. Yikes. With the tiny eyes, yeah. That thing is straight out of Clay Fighter. Oh, yeah, for real. Yeah. In pictures, some characters with funny ass eyes like that. The googly eyes. Oh yeah, if they have eyes, the sand will go. For real, yeah. No wonder they don't have eyes. Like tremors, they don't need eyes. Only the Beetlejuice sandworms have the eyes, because Beetlejuice doesn't doesn't need anything to make sense. Got a PhD from Clay Fighter University. Whoever isn't here to see their drawings are going to get nightmares of the drawings. That about whispering people? Oh, okay, yeah. Just fucking randomly bother these strangers and shit. Where are you getting your prompts from? Prompts? Random unknown subs. Yeah, these are just the subs I saw like listed that you know, when you check your Twitch whoever the hell sub to you, they give you like a random list on a sheet, which is annoying because you gotta have like a program to open that, like a fucking business program, some Windows bullshit thing. I had to download something to fucking look at it. Maybe their eyes are tracked like slugs or snails. Oh, snails and slugs have eyes? Seems like they're blind. I don't know where they're going. They don't need eyes. Yeah, Google Sheets. That's what the fuck it is. But actually, I think Google Sheets, whatever, they wanted me to pay for that. I don't know. So I got some other program that lets me see that. I don't know why Twitch makes that shit complicated. Like, just fucking give me a list without some stupid ass program. Alright, yeah, so deadline. What the hell to do with this? Did I open a new? Yeah, right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, deadline. 08. Hmm. Sheets should be free. Oh, is it? Shit, I don't know. I forgot what I got. This fucking other program. Yeah. But I don't think it's Sheets though. Right, should be easier to get to. Yeah, like they're hiding it from us for some stupid reason. Oh, I forgot the E. Let's see, what the fuck. Yeah, deadline 08. Gone to the Mickey D's Google Sheets reseller website. That account doesn't even exist? Uh-oh, the fuck? Random ass people came from, yeah. Unless I'm spelling it wrong. There might be like an underscore or something between the deadline and 08. Yeah, I don't know if you can't find them. Oh, now you found it with the E? Okay. Let's see. Somebody suggested a butthole last time, and that led to that stage 1 boss. Any other suggestions? Random shit. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Draw Toe Jam and Earl character. Character that would live in their universe. Oh, now that you said that, yeah, I want to see if I can draw. Which one's Toe Jam? Toe Jam's the 3-legged one, right? And I want to see if I can draw the fat one. Earl from memory. He's like a slug, isn't he? Shit. I think he has antennas, so that's why I want to say he's like a slug or some shit. Hmm. I know he doesn't have teeth like that, but whatever. Earl is Fat Man. Toe Jam has 3 legs. And with antenna, I think he might be some kind of slug. Never understood why slugs sizzle with salt. Oh yeah, that's kind of weird. Salt will kill them. Earl's cousin Merle. Does he have a cousin in the game? Checking, because if the account doesn't exist anymore, then fuck this shit. I mean, if it doesn't exist, then I'll just say this is for the next person on the list. Save some time like that. Yeah, I'll change him up so it's not exactly like Earl. It'll be Merle, like Stonk says. This is not exactly Earl. It's his cousin. Let's see. Wanna give him since Earl wears boxers, or what the fuck is he wearing? Like just shorts? Kind of makes me think he's wearing boxers or something, like his underwear. He looks funny without any arms yet, but maybe he won't have arms. Yep. How do you draw that? Fucked up underwear? Something like that.
What are you doing?
Hmm?
What are you doing?
Nothing. Me? Just hanging around.
Oh shit. What's going in the video? You think the water slug, wait, the water in the slug gets drawn to the salt, so it kind of just turns their bodies inside out. Oh, real people hanging from a tree? I don't know what that was. That the video? Maybe it was what's that movie? Kind of sounds like Insidious, Sinister or some shit. I think that one they have people hanging from a tree. Kind of looks real. He wears swimmer shorts, but they look like boxers. Okay. Earl basically wears boxer shorts and high tops. Looks like a bean without arms. Hardcore never knew. You doing something so metal as a little kid. Shit. Fucking up some slugs. Let's see, what kind of shoes should he wear? Or is he barefoot? I think since Earl wears, I mean, Earl doesn't wear a shirt. His cousin does. And tidy whities. Sneakers? Just give him regular old sneakers. Oh, hey, McCurr, welcome in. Is this even scary music anymore? That looks like they're showing Lara Croft or some shit now. The fuck? Suspense, mysterious thriller. Yeah, this turned into something else. Let's see what's up with this. Oh no, that's the first one that I picked. Okay. Oh wait, they're both power music, whatever the fuck. Shit, can't tell which one I was on right now. Suspense, mysterious, thriller. There you go, something else. Think he wears some kind of high tops. Okay, well, let's make them even more different. Oh shit, do they show the, do they ever show Earl's feet? Here's some feet action for that weirdo somebody mentioned. Ask him how much he'll pay for Earl or Merle's feet. Let's see. Give him those fucked up. Yeah, I'm trying to think how does it those flip flops and shit work? Look. The ones that go between your fucking toes.
Everybody get naked! Come on, don't be stuck up. It's going to be great.
Well, why not? This party's just getting started!
Oh, thanks for the little something. Oh, like Converse? Yeah. I want to say that they wear high tops or something, but I'm not 100% sure. Let's see. Does the other fucking loop goes around the other toes, I guess. Flip flops. Most annoying shit to wear. Worst shoe ever. Yeah, I wanted to see if anybody knew how many toes these guys have. Wait, did I draw 4 over here? Yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoop, not too far, I think. Drawing feet. Yeah, McCur. It's all about Sega characters. Bare feet. Somebody pays a lot of money for that. Guess what you got? Fritos? Is it Fritos? The chili Fritos? Mhm. Especially if they run really fast. Oh, wearing flip-flops. Yeah, that's what I think of. Like it's the worst type of footwear you could ever wear if you have to run suddenly. Fuck that. You might as well just stay where you are. Forget about running. You want to chase down somebody that just stole something from you? Forget it. They won. Let's see. Let's give Merle a chain or something. Hmm.
Give me a hell yeah! I said give me a hell yeah!
Did you ever tell me there's a XXL chili cheese Fritos bag? You haven't had in a while. Only sell it as supersized shit at Sam's Club. Nope, never told us that. Yeah, buy 7 of those. Make them last. Chili cheese, oh shit. I knew it. A good one. Favorite are barbecue twists. Those were your favorite until you got the chili cheese ones. Oh, I've seen a lot of people cook with the chili cheese Fritos. Nacho cheese on them. Yeah. Sounds good. Macca's channel point redeem. Eat one XXL bag of chili cheese Fritos. Alright. So we discovered that Merle is a religious guy. Well, what do you know? Where would his other arm be running like this? Seems like it would be covered up. I already forgot who the hell is this person? Headline? Okay, yeah. Okay. Let's give him a little zooming cloud puff. Art. Pop, 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 pop. 1, 2, 3. Guess everybody could move a little bit. Oh wait, did I put 2 on the same? Oh, weird. Something's up there. Okay. Hmm. Got next here. Honey egg? Shit. I don't know what the fuck that is. Let's see. If anybody recognizes this name, UNNY. I think I got this right. Egg. Well, at least the name has egg in it. Got something there. Oh, thanks for the giant emote dread. Is he farting too? Yeah, everybody's farting here. McDonald's made you hungry, so you had to make something to eat. Looks a little bit like Earl. Yeah, close enough. That could pass as his cousin, the religious nut. For some reason, the Honey Twist ones made you sick. Oh shit. Sounds like Honey Twist gave you diabetes. Shit. Going after the wrong company this whole time. Oh. What's the best way to beat an egg? Oh, eat an egg. Over medium. I don't know, scrambled? As an omelet? Try a different color just for the hell of it. He scrambled, but he loved deviled eggs. Yeah, what exactly are deviled eggs? Are they like just boiled eggs with spice on them? Hot sauce on them? Did y'all know today is 50 Cent Hamburger Day? No. Oh no, we missed out. Customers can redeem double cheeseburger on December 16th by downloading all the McDonald's app. What's 50 Cent chili cheese? Chili cheese day? It's a double cheeseburger. Oh. For 50 cents. That sounds good. Yeah, that's pretty damn cheap for nowadays. Sounds hell of a deal. Damn. What Mr. T hiding? 10 out of 10 clip. Funny how they made 50-cent cheeseburger right after the CEO got shot and killed. But it wasn't the CEO of McDonald's, was it? Was there another shooting? Shit. And all the shooter wanted was 50-cent burgers. Just make some 50-cent burgers, damn it. That's all the people want. All right. Bunny egg. There you go. We got your egg there. He came out super small. All right. Cool. 3, 4, 5. Oh my god, these names. The fuck. Next one is Groob sauce. What the fuck? Shit, I hope I'm not insulting them and they're just lurking right now. Like, they're hearing me talk shit about their names. Groob. Yeah, sauce. Holy shit. Oh, did I put this on another layer? Yeah, okay, cool. Ooh, what are we gonna do with this Groob sauce shit? All we ever wanted. Just 50-cent burgers, goddammit. Is that too much? Is that too much to ask for? You think UBE is some purple shit? UBE. Usually boba drink. People are obsessed with. So you think this name has something to do with that? Like it's KR and then UBE? Shit. Oh, you missed the KR. After the CEO got murdered, your health insurance backtracked and charging more for anesthesia. They announced it was going up a day before, but then that happened and they went, okay, never mind. Oh shit. Damn, is that true, Macus, or are you making shit up? You know what? They don't know now. The name should be related to Purple Yam. Yeah, so Luigi really is a hero. Oh, it's not real. Oh wait. Oh no, it is real. Oh, okay. Yeah, so Luigi saved the day for Macus. How many times are we gonna teach you this lesson, old man? Yeah, it's real. Heard about that. Damn. Pretty fucking crazy then. He really changed the world. For the time right now, anyways. The time being. Might be a temporary change. If they backtracked on it, they must not need to raise the price at all in the first place. Oh, of course not. No. They definitely don't need to raise shit. In fact, they could lower it. But they don't want to go that far. More CEOs to get shot. Yeah, I think so. I think this will inspire a lot of people. I would say, unfortunately, but I don't mean that. Unfortunately, it'll inspire a lot of people to do the same. And that was a lie. Lie detector determined that was a lie. I'm just trying this because you said that thing about boba drink or whatever. I don't even know what that is, but fucking I know it has little berries and shit in it. You said it was purple? Alright. Wait, is the juice is purple? Or just the berries? Or what's going on here? Either way, it's purple juice now. Okay, the juice is purple. The balls are black. They're tapioca balls. So it's like a grimace shake. Yeah. Damn. So they're black? Let's just make them dark. Dark purple. Hmm. Wondering how they would look if they were underneath. Let's see. Yeah, okay, it still show up. About the same. Yeah, I can't say I really had a boba drink or whatever before. don't know what all the fuss is about with that. Just decorating this shit. And merge this. Okay. I think this guy needs a little more character. Oh yeah, I was wondering how do they draw Master Shake? Saw someone joking on Twitter. They were like Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos, my package is late. You're next. Oh shit. Jeff Bezos has security following him at all times, and they even have a fake hand to distract other people because they always have a gun under. Yeah, I think I saw that shit. Yeah, they always have their hand ready on a gun, and they got some fake fucking arm or whatever. Next level bodyguards. Yeah, shit. Imagine that. Everybody out to kill these fucking billionaires. He has a nice little defense now. It's called I'll wear a literal child on my head. Isn't Elon's kid named like a math equation? Yeah, it's like a bunch of numbers or some shit. You can draw a favorite horror character, Captain Fun from Jack Frost 2. I don't know, McCur, are you subbed? I don't think you were on the list.
just
Oh, thanks for the bits, Marcus.
Well, why not? This party's just getting started!
Constant continue to give sub. They got from Lady Link. Elon's kid name is 1+1. And when he's 3 years old, 1+2. Yeah, this guy needed to be something more than a cup. A cup of boba. There you go, fuck. Troop sauce. Oh shit, what? What? Oh, okay, this is a different. Oh yeah, I got two layers going on here. Move your name closer. Yeah, I should have been drawing them smaller like this. Much easier. Next up. Oh man, what the fuck? Does anybody have a normal name that means something? Zaburai. Or Zaburai. Zaburi. What in the hell? Somebody just throw out some random shit. Oh well, Mikir said something about Captain Fun. You're keeping the buttholes at bay. This combo is such a perfect sticker. Draw Johnny Bravo fighting the Callisto two-headed monster. What the fuck? Uh-oh, what happened there? Oh, man, the fuck? YouTube started doing this now, telling me, are you still watching this? The fuck? Just do what I tell you, YouTube. Alright, Zaburai. Shit, yeah. I can't remember exactly what that monster looks like. But yeah, kinda damn, it's gonna be a little tough drawing Johnny Bravo, but I think I could fucking guess. Oops, that's not right. I wanna say he just has a pointy nose or some shit. Fucking square jaw. He has some crazy fucking Elvis type of fucking hairdo or something. How does that shit go? Shit, I don't know. He has a blue suede goo type of hair. A wave or something. It's not a mullet, right? Does he have sideburns? Let's just give him sideburns. Fuck it. Well, oops. Yeah, it just has a fucking. You know, he's real rectangular and shit. Big fucking chest. Tiny ass fucking waist. Super tiny. Black shirt. Johnny's getting all the fucking color treatment. Let's see, what the hell? Damn, what is that music? Sounds like Westworld or something. Probably doing too much detail for it. To be fucking flat. Totally flat everything. And blue jeans for sure. I don't know, little boots and shit. Let's see, actually, I think. I want to say he poses all weird. Hmm. Yo, little ass looking boots. I think it's probably more extreme. Weird shit like that. Yeah, he's like pretty much orange, right? Oh, sounds like someone's holding their nose as they say samurai. Whoa, mom. Adam West was on Johnny Bravo. Oh, I could see that. Yeah, Adam West, he was like on all sorts of shit, right? Like he didn't care. He like making fun of himself. He was on Family Guy for all those years and shit. So this is the only one I've actually put color actually coloring this guy. Yeah, that Callisto monster shit. Who knows what that fucking thing looks like? Just a fucking crazy ass monster. Oh shit, Shaq was on Johnny Bravo? What the fuck? Didn't know Shaq was. Yeah, he was on a ES1 game he played on Saturday. Oh shit. So Adam West is in the Johnny Bravo game? I think him and Johnny Bravo played basketball. Hmm. Next one is actual name. Actual name with words. Let's see. Go with black. Lady or X. Lady Valkyrie. Break down Johnny a little here. Valkyrie, Valkyrie, Valkyrie. Oh, Golden Nugget PS1 is what Stonk was talking about. Oh, Adam West is a scientist, detective guy, or something. You don't know the plot. Didn't make sense. There's a guy named Dave from Pennsylvania or something too. Valkyrie. What the fuck is a Valkyrie exactly? Looks like somebody raided Yoshi. I'm just Googling.
McDonald's gave me diabetes just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Oh, the character from Thor. What's that, Marcus? Oh, is this the Johnny Bravo thing? Shit. Oh wait, that sound is still going on, right? One of your favorite PS1 games, Valkyrie Profile. Oh, that's his hairstyle. Okay. Oh shit. Hey, cheeseburger. Thanks for the raid. That don't sound like Shaq.
Just raided.
Damn, I don't know. I think it was probably not how he sounds now. Welcome in, cheeseburger. Oh, thanks for doing that. No problem. Welcome, Sonia. Yeah, they love showing that clip for some reason. I think that is Shaq. It's just that his voice changed. Not even a year, yeah. It's dead within 3 months or something. Oh, maybe it's not. I don't know, man. He does sound different. Shit. Yeah, I think that's how different he sounded actually. Yeah, that's probably it. He's just fucking 20 or 30 years older now. Oh, hey, shareable mirror. Been playing Rivals. Can't wait to play with you. Yeah, that might be good to play later on.
Doing the duck. Doing the duck.
Oh shit, that's
Madre de Dios.
Oh
That's
yeah.
Barf. That's Barf stuck
You
dance.
dead, man.
Let you know. Had a mean ass cloak and dagger game. Yeah, that character. I don't know too well. That would be a tough one. Oh yeah, what? Valkyrie profile. Let's see. I kind of know that name. Forgot what the game looks like. I don't altogether. Like, oh, there was a part 2. Shit. Let's see. Just draw like a quick. Let's see. Looking at quick idea of one of these images. You had pepperoni pizza. Oh, hey Jenny. Welcome in. Someone do the shout out for Jenny? No. Only halfway decent with Captain America. Only character good. Oh yeah, Punisher. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I was about to do it. Oh, hey, lady. Welcome in, lady.
Hey, what are you doing here? Oh, okay, little guy.
Back at you, Lady Link.
I'd like to get in there. Oh!
Hey, what are you doing here?
Shit. Oh, shit.
Okay, little guy.
Oh, how did I get here? How did I...
Oh shit, Jenny playing that Rayman. Crazy ass Rayman game. You also had pizza? Every day, holy shit. Sometimes ground beef bullshit would be so yummy. Yeah, nothing wrong with ground beef. I don't mind it. Yo, yo, yo. You had steak and shake? What? Damn, you had steak and shake today, Marcus? Holy shit. That's awesome. Damn. Oh, what was I looking at over here? Oh yeah, let's see. You guys can't see it. This is blocking it. Where's this thing? This window. There we go. Nah, it's still it's still out of the way. Oh well. Let's put that back. Yeah, there's a lot of fucking detail going on here. Oh, what? You eat there almost daily? What the fuck? Man, you're lucky, Macus. You get to eat steak and shake every day. Garlic steak burger. Switched it up. Had a grilled cheese. Oh shit. Steak and shake place like steak and milkshake. Yeah. Yeah, it's a restaurant that well they sell more than that, but yeah, that's like their specialty pretty much. Steak burgers. Usually get garlic steak burger. Never had it. Don't believe there are any. Oh yeah, it might be a Midwestern thing. Cool getting to watch this. Oh, thanks, lady. Heard they've been closing a lot of them. Oh yeah, somebody said they tried. I think Vidya said they tried uh opening up Steak and Shake in Texas or something. But yeah, they closed it down. It's cheap, only $5. Oh, yeah, that's crazy cheap. What the fuck? McDonald's wants like $10 for any old regular ass meal. No Steak and Shake for you either, Stock? Damn. Yep. It's pretty good. Gonna cheat right here. Whoops, didn't want to shrink that. Alright, there. You do plan on eating at home more soon, though? No Steak and Shake? Oh, missed that part. Just bring a soda with you because soda's too expensive. Oh, as long as they don't mind, they don't say anything. Bringing a soda from home. McDonald's will probably fucking tell you to get the fuck out of there. Hey, No outside food. What do you think you're doing? Cheapskate? Hey, you're a tiny nose. You ever had what? Oh, Raising Kings. Yeah, never had that. I heard of it just barely like a couple years ago. I don't know why it suddenly became famous or something. You wish they had a Sonic closer to you. Closest one is 3 hours. Holy shit. That's crazy. 3 hours away. You living off Red Bulls, cookie butter, and apples these days. Good old cookie butter. All these cool places, none of them close. Here, Raising Cane's is good too. Yeah, I don't know. I've heard that it's good, but I've never seen one. Let's see what's Oh, damn. I placed this way over here. No wonder it's throwing me off. Yeah. Holy crap, there's just too much shit going on here. So much detail. I'm just gonna give her big old shoulder pads. Simplify this, yeah. McDonald's next door Raising Cane's. Look like Apocalypse already got them. Damn. Oh, you like the music? Yeah, it was kind of interesting there. That vocal, I don't know what you call that. Sounded pretty crazy. You got Raising Cane's where you're at. People went nuts waiting in long ass lines. Still haven't tried it. Your daughter had you sit in the drive-through line. Damn, for Raising Cane's, an hour. It's crazy. Everyone keeps saying the sauce is the best part. Things people do for sauce. Yeah, better burger. Oh, butter burger. Butter burger from Culver's is great too. That one I have tried. I thought it was alright. Not that special or anything, but it's okay. It's like Chick-fil-A. Line is wild. Post some burgers from a place you want to go to for your birthday. Oh, Macca's, you know about Raising Cane's? Yeah. Back to working on Farty Ninja. Weird ass poses was fucking with you. And you work quickly. Feel like this is fast. Yeah, I guess when I'm sketching, I like to just go about it really as fast as I can. And when I get to the more like actual drawing, that's when things slow down and I have to draw things a million times over again. But yeah, I don't know why I'm wasting so much time on this one. I think I just saw all the drawings of Viking, all the Viking women right now, and I was like, oh shit, let me try to get something close to that. But yeah, I was trying to promise myself that I wasn't gonna do that much, take that much time on these. This might be the most detailed one. Well, yeah, it definitely is actually. Out of the little characters I've done right now. Let's see, do they show her? Oh shit, they don't show anything else. Yeah, I don't know if that's the main character, Spice Boy, or what, but it's the one that kind of shows up. What's cool is not having to work that much since I can copy and paste a lot of stuff, make it a little easier. Yeah, what the hell? I think I'll just give her a sword and place that in the middle here. Yeah, let's see. Actually, whoop. And this sword would be way longer, I think. Way off the screen. And what the hell? It stretches out. It's all fucking gigantic. I don't know this game, so making shit up. Oh, I forgot that part too. And that looks good. And I'll just give her like a skirt or something. So we don't have to bother with her legs. That is what she's wearing, but it's like all blowing in the air, showing she does show her legs in this picture I'm looking at. But for this case, nah. Yeah, I don't want to shrink her down after doing all that. She'll just overlap with the Grinch and whatever. There we go. Ooh. Damn, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's like half of them. Yeah, pretty much like half right there. So cool. Guess next time I'll work on the others. Let's see. Like hands, whatever process you do, it works. Look amazing. Thank you. She is the main character? Lenneth? Okay. Oh, yeah. Wait, does she always have wings? Or is that just the picture I'm looking at? 'Cause, yeah, I just forgot about that. Like, now that I look at it, oh, she has wings. You're a badass? Oh, thanks, Spice Boy. Seriously, great artist. Looks great. Thanks, Mechas. Stonk loving it. She always has wings? Oh, shit. Let's see. I'll give her... Yeah, these wings are pretty fucking insane. Gigantic as hell. They cover up a lot of ground here. Right. Up. Yeah, wings are kind of looking crazy. Like, are these kind of look like just super long feathers going all the way out? And then she's got like a few on the very edge over here. But for this case, I'm gonna say that's good enough. Cut this off. Oh, I do like the way it darkens up there, so just add that. Oh, everybody came back. You know what? She'll be in the center since her fucking wings are so fucking huge. Right here. Oh. Hey, that's a nice spot. She's the leader of this group of weirdos. They kind of disappear sometimes, depending on what she's doing. Mostly, they're always there. Don't worry about it. Looks amazing, super recognizable. You ever feel like playing this story-heavy retro RPG? Highly recommend it. Jabez has hers to recruit warriors from the earth and train them so they'll be strong warriors in the coming end of the. Oh, that does sound cool. I like that. It's about Ragnarok, recruiting warriors. Yeah, it's got an interesting story. And to cleanse the earth of demons while training them. Yeah, damn. I wish it wasn't an RPG though. That's the only thing that makes me not want to play it. Oh, it's pixel? I thought it was all 3D. It's pixel art. Oh, yeah, I see. This is the actual game then. It does look good. It looks really nice. That that pixel art. Okay, so that's her again. And was part two like the last one? They only made those two. It's from Square. Damn. Yeah, it seems like Square always has these one shot type of games, or like maybe they make two and then they give up on the franchise. Sequels. Oh, sequels are 3D. Combat is definitely different than normal RPGs, but it's still an RPG. You see Johnny Bravo, a butthole, mouthworm, Grinch, Baby Huey, Tweety, Master Shake, and Angel Guy. Oh, they made another one. Also, it's still out there. Oh, Enix, yeah. Before the merger or whatever. Enix actually before Square bought. Yep, that's what we got. That's our team. Team of a bunch of random characters here. Master Boba Shake. Or Boba Tea, whatever. Grinch, Farting Monkey. Farting, Merle. Earl's cousin from Toe Jam and Earl. Wait, did this window got smaller, it seems? Oh, okay. Okay, it's just that. I don't know what it looked like. It got smaller than. Oh, that side was a little bit missing there. Enix was dope. Wish they stayed separate. Yeah, it'd be better if we had two companies making their own stuff. Enix made Mischief Makers. Oh yeah, that's insane that such a different type of game that Enix would make. Mischief Makers. That's crazy difference. Oh, Treasure. Published by Enix. Oh, so yeah. It gets confusing when it's two top companies like that working on something. Kept Square on their toes, yeah. That's what they need, like competition to make them really watch out for the other guys. Scary medieval music. Yep. Yeah, it kind of fits with the last drawing, the angel girl, Valkyrie. Enix had some major bangers. Like it. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Like, yeah, what a good song for the Valkyrie girl. Showed up right on time. So, oh yeah. So I guess it's time to either play Home Alone or something random. If there's videos around, I'll play Home Alone on the Master System.
Who wants to play video games? Bino!
Oh, I forgot to play Jenny B. Pizza's favorite song.
Geachte reizigers.
Oh, no problem, Spice Boy. Yeah. Been wanting to do an art stream. I appreciate seeing your process. Yeah, it's cool. It's pretty fun chatting and drawing up random stuff. It's cool to see fellow artists come together. Yeah, it's nice having a group like this, a bunch of artists. Pump it up.
Met mijn grote trein. En als ik te snel ga, geef mij dan het sein. Het eindpunt is bijna in zicht. Als in mijn droom komen wij samen op stoom. Blaas maar op mijn fluitje. Tjoeke-tjakke, tjoeke-tjakke, tjoeke-tjakke. Mijn blik op de bergen, hou van de natuur. girl. Links, rechts, links, rechts, links, rechts, links. Hij gaat Ik word helemaal loco. Wij gaan springen. Tjoeka tjaka, tjoeka tjaka. Tjoeka tjaka, tjoeka tjaka. Wij gaan ontsporen.
Barf_face_9000 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video. Spice Boy just redeemed choose a short YouTube video. Count Stonecooler64 just redeemed choose a short YouTube video. Spice Boy just redeemed choose a short YouTube video. McDonald's gave me diabetes just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Marcus, have you seen a video where they make shitty edit of this? Of the Elvis music? I don't think so. Alan is the best. Yeah, he's pretty awesome. I like SpongeBob's nose. What the fuck? Housewarming gift to your nephew? Painted him on a crucifix? Get yourself a handful. There's Patrick. No Patrick. Oh, mercy.
McDonald's gave me diabetes.
It
Just
was
redeemed.
you
Choose a
were
short
talking about the
YouTube video.
Elvis song? Yeah, I didn't know they did some bullshit with this. Let's see. One more? Yeah, it's alright. His laugh. This goofy laugh at the end. Yeah, that was well done. Seemed like It really could be him fucking around. Shit. Let's see. You got one too, Stock? Yeah, go ahead. Put it on. I was just thinking what to play right now. I'm not sure. Oh wait. Oh, Spice Boy had something I didn't put it on. Oh. Oh. Oh, the Pac-Man thing. Oh yeah, shit. Yeah, damn, forgot. Yeah, let's see that. It's alright, yeah. I, I I usually forget if too much shit's going on. I get distracted. Macca's he's got your back. You redeemed two, Stonk? Alright. Cut off their limbs. He's got the pink little pink bow. Is that a ship from Galaga or something? Man, that's weird because that new Amazon show about video games, they did something just like that, just like this Pac-Man thing, but with like badass CGI graphics and shit. Mrs. Pac-Man and Galaga. Yeah, the ship is pretty recognizable. As soon as I saw it, like, yeah, that looks familiar. Yeah. Alright, Stonk, where's yours? Here we go. Oh, weird. I feel like I saw this before, I'm not sure. I might have. Haven't seen it yet? Oh, oh yeah, the fucking Dead Space weapons. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Candy Kong with the jiggle physics there. They added right there at the end. Oops, more over here. every step she takes. Yeah, I wonder if Amazon will notice or care if I put it on. Could watch that. Put something on the background. Oh. Something sick. He has DOA jiggle physics, yeah. That extra little bounce. For no reason, just fucking jiggling around. You know how Mike Judge got the voice for Boomhauer? No, I just assumed it was his friend or something. He was making fun of one of his friends. And what is the show called? Last level. That's what the fuck it is. Or secret level. Shit.
McDonald's gave Media Betty's just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
Oh, here it is. Let's see, where's the... Yeah, I guess I'll put on that Pac-Man one after Mecha's. Looks like able to just put it on here. It's like 10 minutes or something. But yeah, they did something pretty like unexpected, but pretty cool. Have you seen that movie Society? Oh shit, yeah. I saw that, but I'm surprised I never heard of it until like maybe 2 years ago. Yeah, that movie's fucking nuts. pretty pretty crazy ass disgusting shit going on in that. Yeah, it's fucking insane. But I like that even in the 80s they were talking about like how rich people are fucking over everyone else and everything. Secret societies and shit like pretty much the Illuminati. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Porky's butthole. Yeah, how the hell does anyone get Porky's butthole from Beavis and Butthead? Oh, so it was just a fucking weirdo stranger calling him up. Sounded like he was pissed off about the show. Dango Porky's butthole. Wishful thinking. So this is the Pac-Man episode, and the show is called Secret Level. I forget the name of it, like every time. Episode 6.
Retro stream. The chat is on fire with emote spam, especially for Lynn. Space Boys sharing their artistic crucifixions, while Tom Donald's giving me Benny's can't get enough of that splash tail action. Five links are flying, and everyone's reminiscing about classic games and do legal physics. Stay tuned for more.
Yep. Yeah, it's dope, right? It's pretty damn cool, I think. It's just kind of weird. Seems like it didn't really get a lot of attention. I think it's been out for a while, and I haven't heard anybody talk about the show. Oh shit! This is the oh,
Spice
what
Boy
the
just
fuck?
redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Oh yeah, this is that game Macca showed. That's weird. Marcus showed me this trailer, and for some reason I didn't connect it with that with that short film or whatever. Okay, shit. That's so weird. I didn't even put it together, these two things. Yeah, this is the trailer to the game. Oh shit, yeah, now I see it. Damn. Oh, nice. So it's 2D work, right? This looks really nice. 2D art. Damn. Damn, yeah, now I'm actually interested after seeing the little movie. I think I would want to play that now. Can't not play this between this and the Ninja. Yeah, the new Ninja Gaiden looks cool. Got your hands full. That Pac-Man. Yeah, that was like based off the movie right now. Oh, I don't know where the what do you call it? Where the subtitles on? Because it's pretty interesting that the little orb, the Pac-Man, uh, that was floating around. Its name was Puck, Puck, and so it was like the original name for Pac-Man, Puckman. Yeah, but there was that whole problem with people. They were thinking they were gonna mess with it, so it turned the P into an F. I don't know how they assumed that right away. That kids were gonna fuck with it and make it fuck man. I mean, they would, but damn, not even giving them a chance. Name's Puck, here to They named him Puckman so he could say don't give a fuck in a video game. Yeah, that's the story. They say like they knew people were gonna mess with it in the arcades, and then fucking I don't know who's gonna get in trouble. The arcade owner. They should have just let it happen. I mean, they're gonna fucking do all sorts of graffiti on the games and shit. If the owner doesn't take care of the shit, then what the hell? It's gonna get covered in a bunch of fucking tags and shit. Start cooking some dinner. Okay. Gonna look for something to play here. What's in Discord? Anything good you guys suggested? Or a bunch of wacky shit. Oh, I know. Something. What was it? Panic Restaurant. Oh, and Bust a Groove. Yeah, let's What's the Panic Restaurant? Never played that. You like Bust a Groove? Yeah, that I don't know if Barf was joking or what, but he posted that for me to play that. I've never played it. I don't know how good it is. Yeah, and I feel like I never really heard of Panic Restaurant. But it looks kind of cool. Making me think of Burger Time or something. If you want a short game that's fun, Panic Restaurant is cool. Bust a Groove is a rhythm game. Check out Panic Restaurant. Like to see it. It's hella good. Remember, post it in Discord. Burger Time kind of sucks. This game's a lot better. I like Burger Time. I never got that far in it, but I had fun playing that. Do a search, Panic Restaurant. There we go. Damn, is there no music for the game? Oh, there we go. It's actually pretty loud. Oh, for me anyways. That's my character? Oh wait, the little guy, the old man. I am Odove. I have taken some shit. Oh damn, what the hell? Map. Odoves, come on. Oh, that was the name of your uncle's restaurant? Guadalajara. Burger Time? Oh shit. Did he call it that because of the game? Panic Restaurant has a little story and everything. Yeah, I like the fact that there's a story going on here. I want to go to Burger Time. Did you say he used to have that? Oh, did he sell it? Just a coincidence. Oh, okay, just a coincidence. He didn't really know about the game. Yeah, that's an awesome name for a restaurant. Oh shit, the fuck. Oh, okay, got this attack. Oh man, 2 hearts. Alright, gotta get used to that. 2 hearts. No fucking around. Oh shit, what's that? Gold collector. Got an achievement. Oh, he passed away last year. Rip Burger Time, damn. Rip, it might be destiny for you to bring it back. Call it Spice Boys Burger Time. Get dual citizenship just for that. Man, I wish this weapon had a little more reach. Oh, motherfucker. Wait, what is the spoon? More points or what the hell? And Burger Time too. I hope you get a better weapon eventually. Candy coin times. Hear about the guy who married his worker so he could become a US citizen? I mean, that sounds like something that would happen all the time. Burger time too. Time for more burgers. Your Mexican dad would never let you do that. Let you get married to a worker? Oh shit. What the fuck? Alright. Oh man, when do I get hit? Oh, that's cool. Popcorn Pete. Alright, getting a bunch of achievements. That's nice. Oh, what the hell? They got a slot machine. Ooh. Do all of them. Lollipop. Yeah, should just use all of them, right? Bam. And your Mexican mom. Just the one. Man. Your parents would be tú eres el gay junior back to Mexico. Take you to the migra. You got nothing against gay people, just thought that was funny. Oh yeah, your parents, that's how they talk and shit. Yeah, it sounds like something crazy older people would just fucking blurt out. Soup salad. Oh, we're slowly moving through the restaurant. I think this probably inspired that Pizza Tower game too. Oh, damn it. Oh, I got 3 hearts now. Okay. dad thinks chapstick is gay. He has nothing against gay people either. When you played the game, that's exactly what you thought. Oh, pizza. Yeah, that it's like Pizza Tower. Yeah, it looks crazy. Wanna play it though. I heard that it's like Wario. Whoa. Yeah. Like a Wario World game or whatever. And those are cool. Those are pretty awesome. The way that in a lot of them it seems like Wario can't die. He just he like changes whatever. If he like gets hit by something, oh damn. He can like do other things, like enter new areas if he like gets squashed or some shit. Oh wait, damn. Can I go back? Nope. Shit. Oh damn. Oh, gotta watch out for that. Okay, so the lollipops give you more hearts. Pizza Tower is cool. It's like a lot like Wario, but the art is amazing and the boss fights are a lot cooler. Yeah, the animation's pretty awesome. Pretty wild ass. Whoa, shit! Oh, get out of there. Yeah, like really, like the animation is what I noticed first. Like a fucking crazy ass cartoon and shit. A lot of insane fucking movements and shit. Really quick. Oh shit, what? This chandelier shooting lightning? What the hell? Oh, I could hit the little apple slices, okay. Is there any use for the money besides let's go gambling? Nope. Oh man. Oh, here we go. Got another candy. Oh, what is this? Invincibility? Nice. Oh, and a fork. Oh shit, okay. I get to keep this now? Oh damn. Oh, I lost it? Oh, that's fucked up. Didn't even get to use it, really. Oh, damn. Oh, shit. 3 continues, or? I hope it's endless continues. That's the equivalent of star. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, I hope there's endless continues. I have a feeling this is just gonna get tougher and tougher. Oh, that's what the spoon was. Okay, it is a cooler weapon, I think. Yeah, longer reach, perfect. And what's up here? Oh shit! The fuck? Catch the fish? Oh. Damn. Alright. Then. Oh. Wait. Oh shit, really? Went back to 2 hearts. Fuck. Shit, barely getting by. Fuck. Oh, fucking hell. That fucking elevator, damn it. Oh, you motherfucker. Yeah, it looks easy. It's another game that looks easy, but it takes some time to get used to and shit. No way. Damn. Oof. Stage 2. Damn, barely stage 2. Gotta get better. Nope. Oh my god, nope, nope, fuck you. Damn. Oh, damn, they're back. You like how the flan jiggles? Oh yeah. That's what that is, right? I was thinking the same right now, like, are those fucking flans and shit? Wow, motherfucking, I didn't expect that pizza. You forget, but think spoon might be the best. Feel like there's something better? Yeah, thinking there should be a third, more powerful weapon. I don't like the fork though. That seems like pretty inaccurate. Trying to hit enemies. Yeah, it seems like the spoon is the second stronger weapon, and then there should be like one more that really fucking gives you reach. Like, what else could you use in a game like this? Spoon, fork, giant knife. That fucking extra pizza. Damn. They really know how to trick you, thinking everything is safe. Goes around stabbing everyone, yeah. Shit, I don't even want to grab one of those evil looking fish. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking it would be cool if it's like the whips in Castlevania. You get like your short one, your beginner whip, and the medium, and then the third, the ultimate whip. Oh. Gotta be freaking real careful every fucking 5 feet I walk. Oh man, bad apples. Kinda tough to avoid. Ooh, damn. The fuck? Oh shit. Okay, he just goes over there. Oh, fucking hell. Damn it. Yeah, this fork, I don't know. You gotta be fucking precise with this shit. Damn. Oh man, it's a shitty weapon. Fuck that fork. Terrible. Damn. Ooh. His superpowers to become a pothead. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh man, can I not? I can deal with these apples. Oh shit, boss time. He puts a heart on his pot on his head and spins. Yeah, that's all he does to become invincible. All these are chickens with their heads cut off. Whoa, 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 fuck. Damn. Oh no. Damn. Shit. Oh my god, microwave mix. Stage 2 dining room. Oh, thanks, yeah. I thought I was gonna die. So close. Damn. Oh, there's something. You would save because you think if you lose all your chances, it makes you start over. Oh wait, you mean save, like save state? I was thinking you mean save the money and shit. Oh shit, a fucking a wiggly egg, just like Burger Time. Wiener. Yeah, I don't mind doing save state for this. Why not? I feel like I could get killed anytime here. Oh shit, what is this? I could throw plates now forever? I mean, if I don't get hit. Yeah, this seems cooler. I have a chance to attack from far away. Yeah, this seems like the ultimate weapon. Throwing plates. Yeah, you always wanted to throw plates like a frisbee. Oh damn. Oh, this looks fucking dangerous. Okay, shit. Oh, there's more. Oof. What is that? Cup with a snail in it? Oh no, why did I get the stupid fork? Fuck this weapon. Oh, one hit kills. Fuck. Damn it. I didn't think about what I was grabbing there. Fucking worst weapon. The fork. Yeah. Goddamn fork. That's like getting the fireball in Ghosts and Goblins. Everybody's most hated weapon. Oh shit, how does this... Okay, go one by one. Oh, I want to kill them first though. Alright. Don't want to waste too much time either. Used to think the fork was cool because it was like a pogo stick. But it took time to figure out its ass. Yeah, it sucks that you could easily get killed while trying to attack some of these enemies. Ah. Oh shit. Oh, I thought it was one hit kills with that shit. Okay. Yeah, it would be nice if it was more like Scrooge McDuck's fucking pogo stick cane or whatever. That shit fucking was actually useful. Now that was a weapon you could rely on. Oh shit, pieces of toast. Oh, damn it. Get away from me, toast. Now I'm wondering what's over there then. Oh, what's... Must be something good, right? Oh, okay, more fishing or something. Oh shit, hey Mechas. Oh, what is this? The hell? Oh, damn. Oh, fucking bombs. Damn, timing on this shit. Oh, fuck you, bomb. Only 3. Oh well. Yo, what the? He just threw me in a new area. This guy cooks like Meldon from Chowder. Is he like the old guy? Kinda looks like that old guy. Oh, okay. That is oh shit, I feel like I should kill these toasters first before getting the spoon. Yeah, fuck those toasters. Let's see. Pop. Oh shit. Bam. Fuck, none of that looks safe. Oh, you motherfucker. How do you... Could I really jump over that fucking toaster? Damn. Oh shit, yeah. Oh hell yeah, 4 hearts. Boss time. Whoa. Oh, man. Oh shit. Oh, you fucker. Damn it. Ooh. Willy walk. Time to save state again. GG, thanks. Nice score, 50,000. Oh shit, that's all I have. 3. It's nothing. Stage 4, fish. Yep, save state here. Yeah, I could imagine this game sending you all the way back. In the beginning of the, after losing so many continues. Oof. Damn. Oh my god. Things are fucked up. Damn. Better to duck these, I think. Damn, maybe not, I don't know. Fuck. Like when he dies, it looks like he has a heart attack. Yeah, this poor old guy probably does have a heart attack. Damn, can you actually cross? Okay, shit. Damn. Is that game over? Yeah, I can't tell if I run out of continues or what. Ah. Oh shit, you thought it made you start all over? Haven't? Oh, okay, you're not sure? Yeah, maybe it's endless, continues. That'd be nice. Oh, damn, it's fucking tough to do this little dumb jump. Oof. Damn. Oh, the plates. Okay. Hell yeah, now. That was worth it. Oh shit. Oh, fuck. Damn, they put those fucking things at the worst spot. Oof, right there too. Shit, I don't like that placement. I keep thinking, yeah, I guess you might be able to continue forever then. Bam. Oh no. Yeah, okay. Oh. You just realized, oh, just realized that Grimace twerking emote. Yeah. Most popular Macca's emote. Oh, I lost the plates. Fuck. Man, how do I avoid this shit? Oh, okay. You don't even have to move. A cloud. Can I kill that? Doesn't seem like it. Oh, there's some big ass knives. Oh, fuck, man. Damn. Okay. Oh, fuck. No. Alright, let it shoot, then go. Well, just hope not to get killed. Yeah. Oh no, 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 fuck. Man. That fork is right there, ready to ruin everything. Fuck you, fork. Shit. Oh, there's another spoon too. Damn, they don't give you that much time here. Fuck. That fucking chicken. A better spoon? No. Oh, what the fuck? I couldn't even see that fucking thing. Oh my god, what the fuck, man? That is some cheap ass shit right there. Holy fuck. Yeah. These motherfuckers. Look at that, they just keep coming out. Shit. Oof. Oh shit, still not the boss. Oh shit, what? How the fuck? Oh. Oh man, I was thinking still had time. Hoping you could walk on the fucking knives with a pot on your head. Oh.
And none of you are leaving until we solve this.
Hey, Godzilla. Oh! Oh, what the hell? Shit. Oh no, that was the last line. Yeah. Lost it all. No. Oh no, damn it. Yeah. Damn it. Okay. Well, at least I made it to this screen. That's all that really matters for now. Would be nice to hold on to these plates. Yeah. Better than a spoon. Wonder if Chef still wear those funny hats? I think so. Depends where you go. Oh man, shit. Just seeing those things fucking scares me. Shit. Those, what the fuck are they? Make me think they're like a pot roast, but no, Oh, shish kebab or oh damn it. Yeah, fucking shish kebabs. My worst nightmare. What? You deleted your Twitter? Off your phone? Never had Twitter? Think reading garbage every day drove you insane? Yeah. I didn't like what Twitter became, like it's really just about fucking bunch of people yelling at each other. A lot of fucking hate. Oh. Oh, fuck. Damn, goddamn chicken. Oh, there's another little game. Oh no, fucking bomb right away. Damn. Oh, damn it. Still have the account, just erase the app. That's good. Would only keep it if there's funny memes. Yeah, there's that. But you could get that like anywhere, so. Oh shit, hurry up, hurry up. Wait, you can't go on the fucking knives? Well, how the hell do you get that? Oh, get away. Jesus. Oof. Political stuff was annoying. Yeah, that's what it is. So many people on Twitter wanna talk politics. It's enough already. That's why everybody started jumping over to Blue Sky, so that's good. So far, so good from what I see. It's a lot less political shit going on there. No. Oh, you stupid chicken. God damn. Oh, fuck, how do we... Oh man, it's gonna be risky shit. Holy fuck. Okay, damn, barely hanging in there. Oof, boss time. Oh, giant burger. Oh yeah, you would hate to see that every day. You don't know why people argue and fight over politics. It's not like new law is going to change people's life and keep them from working and stuff. Yeah, I mean, arguing, it's like you're not gonna win anything. Nobody's gonna back down from their argument. So it's like, it's a waste of time trying to convince people to look at things your way. They're gonna just call you stupid or whatever. That's all you get out of it, just people calling each other names. Oof, okay, damn. Ooh. Alright, you fucking burger. Oh, bastard. Oh no! Damn it. Oh, I should have done some save states over there. Big meat boss. Yeah, I've never talked to anybody on Twitter where they were arguing with me and then I convinced them to change their mind. I don't think that ever happened. So it's pretty dumb just trying to tell stupid people to change their stupid minds. Oh, fuck. Damn it. We should all use Twitter to save Luigi. Yeah, I wonder what's gonna happen to that guy. Shit. Oh, fuck. Somebody that does something good for the world, but he killed a rich person, so he's kind of screwed. Can't mess with the rich. If there's a march to save him, like what they did for Floyd, you would join? Yeah, I think a lot of people would actually do the same. They would march for him. Because honestly, man, the person he killed is a fucking scumbag. And it seems like everybody's in agreement. Like, yeah, fuck that guy. Glad he's dead. I don't know. Anybody that says different,
Heineken! Fuck that
I think they're kind of full of shit.
Pabst Blue Ribbon!
Oh, hey, Kaiser. What's up, man? Welcome in. Just caught us having a political discussion. No. Happy Tuesday, yeah. Happy Tuesday.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Oh. Okay, little guy.
Love and hugs.
Hey, what are you doing here? Oh. Okay, little guy.
Love and hugs to Vienna. Oh damn, how did I do this? Okay. Shit. Oof. Oh shit, no, this is where that sneaky one comes out, right? Fuck, I fell for it anyways. Vienna? Oh, that's where Kaiser's from. Vienna, Austria, right, Kaiser? I don't know where to predict where these guys. Oh, you piece of shit! Damn it! Damn it! Oh shit! It's ridiculous. What's up to Kaiser?
Power Party Gift
Awesome,
da una
thank you very
subscription
much.
to Kaiserin Sisi42.
Yeah, Austria. Oh shit. Oh yeah. I did this drawing of him for it says he has hedgehogs in his backyard, so I drew a little hedgehog for him. But he's behind Elvis over here. And move him out of the way.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Right there.
Oh. Okay, little guy.
The little hedgehog was Gosser or Gosser beer from Austria. Yeah, that's for him. It's pretty awesome. He has friendly little hedgehogs in the backyard, hanging out. Like, who has hedgehogs? Shit. In the just outside their house, just hanging out. Shit. Oh, damn it. Get to the next screen. I'll skip that bonus thing. Oh yeah, definitely won't jump in those knives again. Whoa, almost did anyways. Shit. Whoa. Alright. Bounce. Get out of here. Ooh. Did you know Sonic's best friend is a fox? Oh. Foxes eat hedgehogs? I guess that makes sense. Yeah, hedgehogs are little. Foxes definitely are not vegetarians. So if they wait, what happened? Oh shit, time? Damn. The first time I ran out of time. What the fuck? I didn't notice. I was wasting all of that. Damn. Ooh. Wait. Shoot. Damn it. Yeah, that's weird. They never even talk about it in the Sonic movies or anywhere. They never bring that up. make a joke about it or something like that. You wonder if people eat hedgehogs? Damn, I don't know, but I think yeah, humans, given the chance, they'll eat whatever. Damn, it's not safe to hit them like that. Alright, I'll stay on the ground then. Fuck it. Fuck. Oh man. Oh yeah, I forgot. I wanted to do a save state right here. Fuck it. No more bullshitting around. Oh fuck, run. Man, seems like he's taking more hits than the other guys. Alright, there we go. Patty O'Burger. That's his name. Patty O'Burger. You sure the Japanese eat everything? They do eat some exotic shit, I think. That puffer fish that could kill you. You try a hedgehog. You heard horse meat is sweet and lean? Yeah. There's nothing wrong with eating horse meat, right? People just feel bad for horses because they like them or whatever. But what about cows? Nobody gives a shit about them. You're gonna tell me a cow isn't a lovable animal? Salami is horse meat? Is it? Interesting. Yeah, I don't know where salami comes from, but if that's it, then that's good. It's good eating. Oh, damn, stupid. Fork is in the way. Can't avoid it. It's good for bouncing, but fucking annoying trying to kill enemies with. Ugh, there we go. Lost it right away. Sauerbraten is also horse meat? Damn. So people eat horse meat without even realizing it? Now I'm thinking, what's up with horsey sauce? Oh shit. Damn. No fucking damn, man. Making this really split second timing. Oh shit. Next screen. Oof. Yeah. Anybody ever eat horsey sauce? Oh shit. Damn. That's life? Shit, yep. Meat. We're in the meat section. So what? Must have missed the part of the story where did we shrink? Is the bad guy like a wizard that shrunk us down or something? These pizzas seem like normal, kind of normal size. That ice cream seems huge. Alright, maybe getting better at killing enemies with this. Oh, but fuck that. See the plates, gotta get them. Oh shit, that freezes you. Damn, okay. Oh no. Oof, 2 hearts. Gonna be tough. You know, some Japanese people are eating very lightly cooked, still raw chicken, like they do with fish. Oh, that's nasty. I don't see the purpose to that anyways. Doesn't sound like it tastes good. Slightly raw chicken. Yeah, that sounds fucking nasty and shit. I'll eat rare steak or whatever, but chicken? That just sounds like you wanna fucking get salmonella or whatever. People eat guinea pigs in other countries. Guinea pigs make sense because they're kind of like rabbits. Yeah, they're like pretty big chunky animals. Lots of meat. Yeah, maybe the fucking frying pan is actually good for this. Yeah, definitely better. Right here. Guinea pigs and rabbits aren't closely related. Japan eats everything. Thought rodents were related to rabbits. Yeah, it's the same family.
In Japan, some people eat raw chicken called torisashi, Chinese letter Japanese letter, which is essentially chicken sashimi, but this is considered a regional specialty primarily found in the southern island of Kyushu and is only served in select restaurants due to the high risk of food poisoning if not prepared properly with high-quality chicken and strict hygiene practices.
Regional specialty. Okay, just some part of oh shit, hey Anna. What's up, Anna? Welcome in. How are you this day? Same family, not genetics. Oh, okay. Yeah. They're both rodents. Nobody said they were super close. Doing good. How's stream? Oh, stream's awesome. Did a bunch of artwork. Oh shit. I turned off the iPad. Yeah, earlier started with an art stream. So I should have saved a picture. Well, I could do that right now. Let me do that. Let me leave for a bit. Post a picture up right now. Put a shark grave.
What kind of beer do you like? Heineken? Fuck that shit! Pabst Blue Ribbon!
Supersized right now. There it is. We got Toe Jam and Earl looking guy here. Drew an actual sandworm. A monkey. Monkey farting. Very classy. A Grinch looking character. Little chicken and eggshell. Boba tea Master Shake. Johnny Bravo looking character. And Valkyrie. All characters for people that I have no idea who they are. Honey Egg. Somebody named Butt Rat. Super Monkey. Stage Boss 1. Deadline. I think that's his name. Deadline. Zaburai. Kroob Sauce. And Lady Valkyrie. At first I was thinking, am I reading that right? I thought I might have mistakenly written down Lady Linky, but no, that's somebody else calling themselves Lady something. But yeah, there you go. That's what we did. The first I want to say 2-3 hours or something. But yeah, that was fun. Awesome drawing new stuff up. And yeah, I was trying to figure out how am I gonna draw something for every sub that I got. I was like, I'll just knock them out pretty quick. I still got more to do actually, like 8. I think like 8 more. Yeah, about 8 more. So I'll probably work on a few throughout the week, little by little. But yeah, now it's back to Panic Restaurants. Trying to beat this game. Pretty awesome little game too. Oh, damn it. Nope, get out of there. Pretty damn tough though. Way tougher than I thought it was gonna be. I was led to believe this was an easy game for kids. But that was a lie. Oh shit. Man, why do they make the free life so damn difficult to get? Oh, can I grab it with the spoon, maybe? Nope. Ah, damn it. I'm not gonna risk it. Smack, smack. Oh, shit. Get out of here, you. Oh, that jump sucks. Mr. Chef is closed in the freezer. Yeah, we're in a giant freezer. Yeah, whoa, what the fuck? Damn it. I was about to say, like, oh, the spoon is a good weapon. Oh, damn. Too slippery. Oh, starting over. Yeah, there's a learning curve to all these levels. So, getting used to this. Do you want to hear about a prank you never were able to do? I mean, yeah, go ahead. I don't mind. Oh shit, this is the part where plates don't really seem that great. Ah, shit. Yep, that sucks. Yeah. Oh, fucking hell. Those two hearts, man, really put you at a disadvantage. Oof. Okay. Ah, fuck.
Imagine taking a big fat dookie, freezing it so it could be rock hard, then throwing the dookie through a window, and when it melts it will be a normal dookie. So the person is going to think like, damn, they really broke my window to take S*** in it. Because he will never know it was frozen.
Yeah, it's a pretty fucked up prank. Sounds like less of a prank and more of just a straight up crime. That's why he never did it. But it has to be done. Sounds like a felony. Oh no, shit. Imagine getting arrested, yeah. Fucking going to jail for that shit. For that literal shit. Oh no! Look at him. Oh. Okay, damn it. Yeah, I don't know about getting that in free lives. Too risky. Okay, let these fly away. You think everyone in prison would respect you for it? And if they don't, go get hit on their head and knocked out by a frozen dookie. Okay, shit. Alright. Yeah, I don't know. People in prison probably only respect crimes if you killed a cop or something. That's probably the only time they're gonna be like, hell yeah, good job. Your catchphrase in prison would be, shit got real. Revenge is better served cold. That'll get your just desserts. Oh shit, bonus? Yeah. New bonus? Oh, catch the fish. Oh no. 9. That should be the name of the prank show. Shit just got real. Oh, fucking hell. Damn. Oof. A new fucking obstacle came up with. Aw, fuck, I need that platform, I think. Oh no. God damn it. Shit. And would it? Oh, there's no way to avoid the plates. Okay. Damn. Oh, I did it last time. Oh shit.
Myagadilla99 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
First, is it the first bird video of the day? Oh, there was a guy that was charged with attempted murder because he dipped his hand in peanut butter to punch his neighbor that had a peanut allergy. Shit. I mean, as stupid as that sounds, it's a real thing. He could have killed him. I think you can die pretty quickly from a allergic reaction like that. Especially if you don't have any what do they call it? Some kind of shot or something. You need that medicine like right away, pretty much, or else you will die. Does it hurt? Oh, I don't know. I didn't hear what the guy said. Maybe. Oh, you thought they had to eat it? Yeah, I think just touching peanuts and shit could affect a person with that reaction, allergic reaction and shit. touching anything peanuts, eating it, or breathing it in. If it's like peanut dust or something, grounded up peanuts, and they breathe that in. All right. That was the bird video of the day. You think that bird probably has an injured wing? One time there was a pigeon that was acting the same way. He took it home and nursed it and realized the pigeon had a broken wing. So he tried to make a brace, but it already healed. Oh, okay, but it already healed, so sadly it wasn't never able to fly again. And you had it for a few years? Oh shit. Your dad had pigeons? Oh, damn. That's cool, damn. Hardly hear about anybody with pigeons. Only person I ever heard of was Mike Tyson. Actually taking care of pigeons. But yeah, that's kind of crazy. Never being able to fly again because the wing healed wrong. Yeah, it's gotta suck for the poor pigeon. Flying is all they got, man. Like their favorite thing. Some pigeons are bred to do backflips. Backflips, they'll do flips in the air and little backflips while they're walking. What the hell? Yeah, I've never seen that. That would be funny. I'll just... Oh. Yeah, I think I'll just hold on to this spoon. Should be alright. Oh shit. Alright, here we go. This fucking part. Oh no, fuck. Oh, you motherfucker. Damn it. Ugh. Shit. Can't be too careful with any of this shit. Right, let everything go through. Oh. Oh shit. Oh my god, fuck. Fuck. Yeah. Well, there's another way over here. Oh. Oh, kind of worthless shit. Oh shit. Oh no, what the fuck? Damn. Oh shit, I still had 2 hearts? Damn. Oh no. Yeah, I keep forgetting to do save states. Shit. Yeah, what the hell. This game's way tougher than I expect. Damn, yeah. Let me start again. Fuck that. I want to go to that final boss with 1 life. You would say it would be a pain in the ass to do again. Oh, taking care of the pigeon? Yes, sounds like a lot to do there. So close to, yeah, save. Definitely gotta, after so many attempts, yeah. Then it's kinda fucked up because last time I was gonna, or I did a save right before the boss, I end up actually beating the boss. I'll save it right now. 'Cause I might die right here. Oh shit, where? Damn, that fucking pizza came from all the way up there. Oh, hey lady, you came back. Headed to bed. Oh shit, it's 11 already. Yeah, headed to bed, love. Message you. Oh, okay, yeah, I'll check that out right now, lady. You have a good night then. Sweet dreams. Hey, Umbren. What's up, Umbren? How are you doing today? How's your day going? Oh. Man, have I been playing the chef game for that long? I didn't realize. Oh, but I guess we did watch a bunch of videos that killed some time there. Lots of drawing. Lots of videos. Pretty awesome. Not bad. That's good. Good to hear. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Okay, I can deal with that. Fuck. We'll save states. A little bit later. With the giant spoon. Oh shit. Oh. Yeah, Kaiser's in another part of the world. So yeah, it's morning. Some people say good morning even though it's night for them, but Kaiser's actually, he's not bullshitting when he says that. Oh, do I want that spoon? I don't think so. I mean those plates, I don't want the plates. Not for this, I don't think. Yeah, I think spoon works fine here. Oh, you can't recall Kaiser.
What kind of beer do you like?
It's been a while
Heineken?
since he's
Fuck
been,
that shit!
been here.
Pabst
Eating
Blue
breakfast.
Ribbon!
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Cheers from Vienna. Yeah, I think you missed him the first few times he's been around. Yeah, I started seeing Kaiser in chat like over the summer, I think. You're not slow. You just didn't know about Kaiser. Probably just missed him whenever he pops in. Oh shit, damn. Oof. Oh, ah, fuck. Okay, there's candy there. Damn it. I'm gonna save it right here. I don't trust myself to do this right. Everything's freaking me out, man. Yeah, this is a crazy stage. They don't give you 3 hearts. And save right here. Oh no. Ooh. I freaking need that spoon. Gotta have the spoon. Alright. Frozen Fritta. Stage 5 freezer. Where was the place you introduced? Vienna? You mean? Vienna, Austria? Oh, GG's, thanks. Yeah. Finally got through that. Ooh. Close to Germany? That's what you're talking about? Not you. I don't know. I'm confused. Oh no. Damn, all these are gonna miss? Oof. Terrible. Oh, looks like I'm in the final level, maybe? Oh, yeah, you told me to check out, yeah, Sir Lefty. Yeah, he was playing, Jackbox, right?
I'm switching between my balls and my moo milk for this battle.
Shouting him out.
Yes, you do that, sweetie. You do it. Milk and balls.
Milk and balls. Oh shit. Damn. What the hell am I fighting? A pumpkin? Jack-o'-lantern with bat wings? Say what? Not sure where this enemy came from. Seems like a different game. Oh damn, this sucks. I'm like fish just jumping out of nowhere. Piranhas, jack-o'-lanterns. Him and his boyfriend Nash. The other guy in the video should be named Sir Righty. Him a good human. He should be Sir Lefty and Sir Righty. Oh, this stupid fish, damn it. Gonna say like, finally got 3 hearts again, but they take it away so fast. Oh shit. Oh, French fries, cool. New enemy. And definitely want this free life. Oh, damn. Yeah, you got neutered. What? Oh shit. Oh, that looks like it could hurt me. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, okay. Damn, Fry. Oh, fucking fish. Damn. Oh, fuck. We should have fried disappeared. Yeah. Alright. Yikes. Oh, thanks for the alert, Kaiser. Kaiser, taking a break to work will keep the pizza warm and the art flowing. Oh shit, that's a fucking big jump. Man, you're playing some pretty tough games, PP. This and the Grinch. This game is no joke. Oh fuck, wasn't paying attention. What? Damn. You never beat the Grinch? Yeah, that shit. Oh man, it would have been impressive if you did beat it as a kid. Oh, that shit does hurt me? Fuck. That green crap? Damn it. That was just background. It's okay. Holy shit, man.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, fair game.
What the fuck?
In the bush.
Oh, no.
Oh. I'm telling you.
Oh shit.
Man, if I didn't lose my crown!
I know. Oh, that was a good game.
Damn. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh my fucking fish too. What? BBG? I mean, yeah, BBG 306, that's one. Maybe gonna try one place. Alright, Umbra. Oh shit. Ah. Damn. Oh, fucking. You know what? I'm gonna try to get that free life. Oof. Alright. Oh yeah. Yeah, fuck it. I'm just gonna save state everywhere. Oh. Damn it. Fucking placement of these enemies. Oh, super annoying. Oh man. never beat the original Mario? Oh, really? Or Mario? Yeah, Lost Levels. That's tough. But damn, I thought like most people eventually got to beat the first Mario game. Oh my god. Fuck, man. They put those Fry Guys at just the worst spots. Always remember it would make you start all over and you gave up. Yeah, nobody tells you you can continue with holding the A button and pressing start. I didn't know that till fucking way later. I think I barely found out about that like in the last 10 years or some shit. Oh, you didn't know that? Yeah. Video reminded me about that when I was playing the special anniversary Mario. Yeah, you hold A if you lose all your lives, and you'll just start at the beginning of the last world you were in. Yeah, you wish. Yeah, as a kid, I wish I knew that shit too. I would have kept on going, like, instead of quitting. Yeah, I think I would quit after a while and shit. Like, damn, I don't want to do the whole thing all over. Damn. Oof. Oh, come on. Son of a bitch. Ooh. Damn. Okay, good. There we go. That's where I want to save like that. Umbrin, what? You didn't know either? I think Mario 3 is probably the best. It is one of the best, yeah. I don't know if it's my favorite, but yeah, it's really good. Oh shit. Oh, what? That boss is back. Welcome, you lucky guy, but your luck has just run out. Bye. Okay. Uh-oh. The fuck? Oh, we gotta chase him? Oh shit. I gotta beat up Pot. Or Pan, I mean. What's my favorite? Can't catch up with me, broken down Pan like that. Oh shit, I could throw eggs. Oh wait, can't pause it? Damn, you can't pause it there. Man, I think probably my favorite, because it's gotten so easy for me to play, is probably Contra. That's like my go-to game. Like, I know I could beat it. Probably not like perfect all the time, but I think I could get through it without dying that much. I think I could do it perfectly, but it sucks like trying to do that achievement or whatever, like no lives lost. That's pretty tough. You put a lot of pressure on yourself, and then you could be all the way at the end and then make one mistake. Then you're like, ah, fuck this. Not gonna try it anymore. Oof. Bam. Oh, I gotta hit the balloon, right? I think that's what it is. Or maybe just... Oh, wait, no. Does look like the balloon gets damaged. Yeah. Alright, now that I know that. Yeah, shit got real. Ooh. Thought I could do a cheesy thing right there, like stay on the edge and just be protected, but nope. Oh, fuck, that's... I was worried about that shit. So he just pumps it back up. Fuck. You gotta be just steady hitting him. Oh, wait. Fucking... He did that too fast this time. What the fuck? Is there no avoiding that? And that would be like starting from the beginning, right? Yeah, fuck that. Whoops. Oh, fuck. Oof. Now let's start off fresh here. Oh shit, there we go. Oh, Dove the Mad Chef. Oh wait, it's Oh Dove, right? I think, cause hors d'oeuvres, or how do you say that? Oh shit. Oh, he's okay. I thought he was gonna die. Hors d'oeuvres? Yeah, hors d'oeuvres. Restaurant Eaton? What? Stage 6 basement. The end. Oh shit, I missed some things here. Game is hella hard. You remember not playing it that much because it's way too hard. It's a one-hit kill. Oh, you mean Contra, right? Yeah. It's tough, but yeah, I played the hell out of it. But it feels like I just memorized so much of it. You want to share a dark joke, Umbrin? Yes. Sure, go ahead. GG's, thanks. Hey, WarioWare is done. Horn is legal again? Oh yeah, Mechas, what's up? What's your news of the day? You get more Fritos? You got Eek the cat. Oh no. Oh, is this another game where the game doesn't go back? Shit, I don't want to do that. You're just stuck on the end? Right here? Yeah, right. Damn. First the Grinch, now this game too. Did you hear about the epileptic Santa? He seizures when you're... Oh, when you're sleeping. Yeah, that's not the worst. That's not that bad. Oh, you never heard of Eek the Cat? Yeah, I played that. You wanted it for a bit? Really? Couldn't you see how terrible it was? Yeah, there's no way out of this screen, so I guess I gotta force the game to just close. Yeah, I've got it. Let's see. You can check it out right here. Wait, Eek the Cat, yeah. Eek. It was on both Genesis and Super Nintendo, right? Yeah, it's pretty terrible. You got worse if, damn, I don't know. Just nothing, nothing like, that's, hurtful towards minorities or some shit. Nothing racist or anything fucked up like that. So yeah, this is Eek. Great cartoon, shitty game. It looks fun. What do a penis and Rubik's Cube have in common? The more you play with it, the harder it gets. Did he have a cartoon? Yeah, this was a pretty awesome, oh, I should put, yeah, 7 Lives. Cartoon like Saturday mornings on Fox. Oh shit, it's on easy by default? The fuck? Alright, fuck it. Give it a shot.
It never hurts to help.
Mr. Eek. What do you see when the doughboy bend over his donuts? The most out-of-pocket stuff? What do you call a cheap circumcision? A ripoff? Gross? Damn. Okay. Very Stonk played this. I think he beat this first level at least. Nope. Fuck. Yeah, it's super annoying, this fucking game. Shit. Shit, I don't even know where to go. Game is super dark. Holy shit, it's even darker for you guys, I guess. Yeah, it's naturally dark like this. I don't know if I can fuck with the colors here. McDonald's guy, you're gonna get sprayed. Game. This looks like a good game. Also, this game this dim usually. Yeah, this is the way it looks. He said dark jokes. Why can't orphans have sex? They have no one to call daddy. Yeah, that's pretty innocent. Oh man, controls are fucking wacky as fuck. Oh my god, why does he jump so stupid? Yeah, this shit sucks, man. It's too bad, cause Eek deserved better than this. Look at that shit. Yep, it's no fun. Not a fun game. Let's see, what else did we have here in the Discord? I know there was some good ones. Not just a bunch of junk. Oh, Bust a Groove. Fuck it, it's up there. In Discord. Bust a Groove. Wait, is this PlayStation? This is PlayStation 2. Yep, here we go. The horror movies playing, still playing in the background. English, Espanol. Why couldn't the lizard get a girlfriend? Because he had a reptile dysfunction. Where are you getting these jokes from? didn't mean to say. You know what, McDonald's? Justice for Eek. You gonna play it then? Well, I guess you bought it, so you gotta play it. He tried but couldn't solve the riddle about the dick. It was too hard. You're just googling bad jokes. Oh, what the fuck? Game is nuts. Time to bust a move. Yeah, you're gonna beat the whole game? Shit. Good luck. You need a bad joke? You can send a selfie. What the fuck? That guy came out of nowhere. He doesn't even look like he's from the same fucking universe. Kelly, Shorty, Hero, Inky, Yasso, Kitty N. Yeah, what the fuck? Big Belly Bob. Gotta go with him. How do you play this shit? Hiro. Versus Hiro. So. What? What? This is terrible. Hammer really likes this game. There's a song in a restaurant. It goes McDonald's, Burger King, or any other place. In this, there's fat people that play Dance Dance Revolution hella good. Yeah, this shit, I don't know, doesn't make any sense. Not to me. Yeah, this game sucks. Fuck that. Another game I have here that I know is good. Metal Gear on the Game Boy Color. Let's see. Metal. There we go. Oh shit. Oh damn, it didn't work. Uh-oh. Oh no, Metal Gear.
McDonald's gave Media Betty's just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Metal Gear. What's the core? Maybe it's that. I think this one's always pretty good. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, what's this, Macus? Oh, the song you were talking about? Alright. Let's see what the hell. What's that about? Okay, McDonald's, Burger King. They actually say that? McDonald's and Burger King? Well, good thing you put on this, because there's no way I was gonna get to this part. What the? He can dance and sing. Wait, they're like Parappa the Rapper? They're flat? Burger Dog? Damn, I kind of want to like the game because it's goofy like that. Weird shit. Burger Dog. This weirdo ham. What's this? Dance and rhythm action. Bust the groove. Ham. Cooge? Oh shit, that looks nice. Actually, sharpened up the graphics here. Yeah, it doesn't look like PlayStation anymore. So that is him singing it? They cut out the McDonald's part? Eat and what? Eat and move. Oh, you heard it? That's crazy that they would actually say McDonald's and Burger King. This is you when you get Fritos. Sounds like he's trying to do a Fat Albert impression. Hey, hey, hey.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Oh, Burger Dog, I just noticed. He's in the background. He actually works there. This is pretty cool, the game idea and everything, but I couldn't play it. I don't know how to fucking do this rhythm shit. It's pretty funny. Goofy ass game. McDonald's, Burger King, any other place. Betty, 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 Betty. Holy shit, it just keeps on going. Very, very, very good. How long is this shit? Damn, 3:53. Oh, Jank Jesus played this and heard that McDonald's part. Oh, so it's right away in the beginning. Let me see. I don't know why I'm not hearing it. Gotta pay attention and see. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay, I heard it. Damn, that's weird. Did they get permission? Probably not, right? That's probably why they took it out. You can't be like just talking about companies like that without permission. But he was actually saying they were good, very, very good. So I don't think they should have a problem. It's funny because it was Taco Bell that had a dog mascot. Yeah, they had a cartoon cat and dog also, and then the Chihuahua, the real life Chihuahua. Yeah, people forgot about the cartoon cat and dog. In the first version you played, it wasn't in there. Yeah, I guess somebody censored it. Yeah, the cat's Eddie Deason. Did I beat Busta Groove? No, I didn't beat it. I couldn't play it at all. Could you play that, Barf? My timing was fucking. I don't know. I just did not get it at all. Timing is awful. Yeah, we were talking about Ham and his Burger King McDonald's song. Pretty funny. Burger King McDonald's. Or, no, first McDonald's, right? McDonald's, Burger King. Any other place. Oh, stage select. New game, let's see. Normal. Yeah, you play it still? Oh, you do? To this day, could try backseat. But maybe timing is fucked up because of emulation? Man, I don't know. It might be. I don't know if that's it. I know I'm not really good at these rhythm games or whatever. I played Space Channel 5 the other day, whatever. And yeah, I couldn't get any of that shit. Yeah, I couldn't play Space Channel 5. Never really got the hang of Guitar Hero. Yeah, all that shit to me is pretty tough. Yeah, I got 2 left feet.
Umbrang Crow 1215 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I'm bad with rhythm. Animation. This has a clip. This has an after clip. Okay. You never beat American Idol? I think the Retron wouldn't read your inputs. Oh, damn, I forgot. Did I beat that game? I remember it wasn't that hard to play that American Idol one. That one was a little easier. Busta Groove 2 is harder? Oh, damn, that's crazy. Lisa Special Boss took you a long time to beat. Damn. I do like the style of the game and the funny characters and shit. I just wish it was easier to play for me. Might have. Yeah, I don't know if I did. I think I got pretty far, and maybe I just gave up on it because I didn't like it. American Idol. I was like, yeah, this game sucks. You should still. I mean, Britney's Dance Beat. Oh, is that like based off of Busta Groove? Same like system. That Retron you think is weird with emulation? Yeah, I think some emulators they don't always work on every game. So yeah, Retron probably has problems. You can dance as dudes on Britney's Dance Beat. Their moves are very fancy. Mario Bros. Classic GBA is. Oh, really? GBA is fucked on Retron. It doesn't look right. Oh, yeah. So Retron does have problems. You added the scared man as an emote. Yeah. Oh shit. I didn't even pay attention. um, meant to ask what that was. Oh yeah, Macus was asking where that face come from. Thinking this has another one. That's cracking you up. Don't even remember what he was from. Think he just typed scary scary face in Google image search. It was down pretty far in the result. Holy shit, you had to look for it at the bottom of the results. Oh, good thing you did, because it's definitely a winner. Oh shit, this is Snake. Colonel, can you hear me? Successful Halo landing, I see. Nothing like skydiving at dawn. Present location, 3 kilometers. Shit, missed that fortress as planned. Heavy security, sentries ahead. Snake, make sure you stay out of their sight. Mei watch the radar to keep track of enemy movements. I'll go over it again just in case. So this is the actual Metal Gear game besides Metal Gear or Metal Grinch Solid. VeggieTales GBA is unplayable on Retron because of background glitch. Oh shit. It worked fine on RetroArch. The one I played, Larry Boy, whatever. Yeah, that was actually a good game. Put another short clip in. Yeah, if you want, Umbrin, go ahead. I don't mind. What's going on here? Mailing. See the radar at the top right. The large dot is you. The others are enemy troops. Okay, geez, pay attention this time.
Umbrang Crow 1215 just redeemed.
Jeez,
Choose a
Louise.
short YouTube video.
Alright. Animations. Little Doomsday. Oh, okay, Umbran has the bonus. You like Pi? It's called Pi Nations. Oh yeah, Pimation. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Mhm. Yeah. What? So I guess there's like an actual big story going on. Oh shit. Oh wait, can't move. Got it. Once you've been detected by the enemy, the radar will be non-operational. Be careful.
Barf_face_9000 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Arts of Drowning. Future Shorts. was pretty sweet. Art of Drowning from the book. It was a whole book. Somebody wrote an entire book about drowning. That's fucking crazy. Oh yeah, Matt, 'cause you said I didn't even know you were ordering a cookie jar. Grimace cookie jar. Gotta put pictures of that up. Let's check that out. Not sure. Oh, you didn't know it was a whole book? Yeah, I just saw that. That it was based on the book or some shit. Maybe just a section of the book or something. Your mission is to infiltrate Gallowade. Work with Delta Force to rescue the researchers and destroy Metal Gear. Orders will be relayed via the codec. My frequency is 140.85. Call if anything turns up. To use the codec, just press select, then start. We'll be in touch. I'm gonna call sounds. Push select button to receive. Raise me on frequency 140.96 when you need to save. First, get to the front of the fortress. Cut northward through the jungle you're in. Roger that. His nose got faded, so it looks like he's doing coke. Oh shit. That's cool, you could stick to the wall. Wonder if I can choke people. Yeah, I don't know. Where should I go anyways? Unlocked, not exactly gourmet. Ration, feast and flee, use it to recover. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, I think if this was the Grinch, they would have fucking spotted me already. Oh shit. Damn, wanna go back. Oh, fuck. Wanna see what that box is about. Anything here? Nope. Oh shit. Wait. Can't go there? Yeah. Oh shit. A gun, 5.7 handgun equipped. Fire with B. Auger, a device that emits smoke. A cigarette? Shit, they didn't want to say cigarette. Oh, okay, there we go. A little weird getting used to this. Oh, I wonder if you can crawl under here. Nope. Yeah. That guy looks like he's onto me. Shit. What is this? Oh shit. Actually water? Oh damn. Damn, what the fuck? Oh no, fuck. Oh, okay, they don't even notice me. Shit. Oh damn, that was all? Do you remember, Snake? Yeah, did you put a picture up, Mechas? I wanna see this Grimace cookie jar. He sent something hilarious on Insta. Oh, damn. Rank terrible. Metal Gear Solid. Snake, we have new intelligence. Bad news. How did you know? You've never exactly been a messenger of joy. So, seems that Delta Force was wiped out. Are you serious? It's true. Delta Force, best of the Army's best. So easily. Weasel. It means they were outclassed. Those mercenaries on the enemy's payroll are all A-list guns. You've been out of action for a while. But I'm out there and I know what I'm talking about. If you're going to take one of them on, give me a buzz. Planning to give me advice. That's what I was hired for. It's a policy of mine to earn my keep. Frequency is 14180. Don't forget. I won't. McBride. Snake McBride from the CIA here. Don't underestimate GLF. They aren't just another rebel group. Their annual revenue from drug and rare metal trafficking is more than 50 million, and their black market arms were financed by that money. Oh, you sent me the same thing? Okay. All state of the art, be careful. I'm with the Africa Desk of Ops. I can provide data on not just the GLF, but on things like Indran, climate, flora and fauna. 14152. Alright. Snake, continue with the mission. Infiltrate the fortress Gallowade. Welcome to the jungle. Snake, first gain entry to the fortress. Enemy security should be even tighter than it was in the jungle. Keep your eyes open, especially for surveillance cameras. Oh shit, yeah, cameras. Oh fuck. Nope. Okay. Yeah. Kill everybody. Achievement, no bullets. Oh, what? Oh, there you go. I was wondering, how do you punch? Okay, ammo. Okay, you sense it. Let's check it out. Holy shit. Oh, he looks like he's supposed to be furry, that texture. He's got a cookie. So what part comes off? His whole head or something? Where do you throw the cookies? Yeah, his lip looks like he did coke. Oh, so that's not, I thought that was light reflecting off of that. That's actually just straight up white. Okay, the head comes off. It is pretty nice. Yeah, it's funny. If I had that in my house, I would be like, that's the best cookie jar. Okay, I see. Yeah, I thought that was just light. Looks like he's dusty around his, under his eyes. Grimace, a real crackhead. Yeah, I think you need to get some purple paint. Fix him up. Fix up that Grimace. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Nice cookie jar there. Oh shit, that's a camera. Is that guy gonna see me? Shit. Oh. Oh shit. Nope. Oh. Oh, I did get hurt, right? Let's see. Ration eater. Oh, you didn't notice the... Yeah, it looked dusty. I don't know. Was that dust? Yeah, I think you could clean that off pretty easy. Wet paper towel or something. The guy's yawning, sneezing and shit. Oh. Ammunition, get weapon first? Oh, okay. And not get the gun first. Yeah, The dust under his eyes, the coke on his nose, really making him look fucked up. Oh wait. Oh, I could squeeze in, right? Okay, yep. Damn, again. Those rations, right? Yeah. Guess they expect me to get injured a lot. Damn, this level's fucking big. Could I actually go this way or? Oh yeah, I think so. Damn. Oh. Shit. It's not a door or what? Shit, there we go. Can't believe the enemies in the Grinch game were better at fucking seeing you, catching you and shit. Okay, more ammo. These guys, shit, can get really close to them and they don't even see. Oh shit. Oh no. Damn. Oh. It's better to get the hell out. Oh, that Grimace is from the 80s? Okay, shit. Yeah, they don't make stuff like that anymore, right? That looked like, yeah, it would be something from a long time ago. Today would probably be Wouldn't even be ceramic. Probably be something cheaper and shit. Plastic cookie jars. Anyone out there? This Metal Gear, yeah, this is Metal Gear Solid. Well, I think it's just called Metal Gear. Let's see. Oh no, it is called Metal Gear Solid, yeah. Can anyone hear me? You got it for 25? Sounds alright for such an old item. It would be nice if you could buy some paint and fix up his nose. Who is this? Thank God. This is Sergeant Chris Jenner of Delta Force. Delta Force is Survivor. There's another Grimace cookie jar, but that one's, holy shit, $200? Is it also Christmas related or something? Wasn't annihilated? No, who are you? U.S. rescue team? No, I'm the black sheep you were supposed to work with. Not Foxhound. Solid Snake speaking. You. I've heard things about you. What kind of things? The best saboteur ever. The one who destroyed Metal Gear in Outer Heaven 7 years ago. The legend. Don't believe everything you hear. Some say I'm just an attention-seeking killer. So which is true? Make up your own mind. Sergeant Jenner, are there any other survivors? Oh, hey, Shell. What's up, Snake? Oh, that's the $200 cookie jar? Let's check that out. Holy shit. Damn. I think the one you got is better, but yeah, this one looks like it's in good condition. 198. This one has a crazy texture. Like goosebumps or some shit. Oh, I see his head comes off right there. It's pretty cool, but 200? Oh, and it's from the 90s, so what the hell? They want more, but it's not as old. See the video? Oh, not really a video. The side view. The other side. Yeah, I think the one you got is cooler. It's Christmas related. Oh, they got the box. Okay, that's probably why it's worth more. Collection, Grimace. And maybe it's more rare, who knows? Treasure Craft collection. Yeah, I think I would rather have the one you got. That one I think is much better. Oh shit, what? Yeah, he has a bear. Yeah, a teddy bear. Yours looks more demented. Yeah, that one looked extra happy. No BS, your mom has that. Damn. That's fucking nuts. She has the $200 one? Damn, that's crazy. Does she know that it's so valuable? But it's actually $200 right there. Sergeant Jenner, are there any other survivors from the unit besides you? Oh, yours is from 97? Oh, okay. Not 80s. So the same year? What was up with Grimace and a bunch of different cookie jars? Everybody else. They're monsters, sir. You mean those mercenaries? Yes, especially the leader. A man called Viper. There was nothing we could do. Even if it wasn't an ambush. An ambush? The mission was leaked? I don't know, but this is an absolutely classified mission. There's no way it could have been compromised. Wanna bet? There's always someone who's willing to sell out. What makes an American brass tick? Money, power, glory, women, men. Can it? There's no risk of spies here. Pretty sure, aren't you? You sure about that? Everyone involved in this mission has undergone rigorous background checks. I see, they're all trusted. How about it, Colonel? This is a top secret mission. Only a handful of people know of it in the government and the military. Where is Revolver Ocelot? I think this is before part 2. This is like supposed to be a sequel, I think, to the first Metal Gear Solid. So yeah, I don't know where that guy is. I have to agree with McBride. Alright. Sergeant Jenner, is Metal Gear really inside the fortress? Yes, I still don't have the exact location, but the assembly is apparently near completion, and the researchers have been confined to another building. You have the location of the researchers? There's a Ronald? Oh yeah, you gotta have a Ronald one, right? I'm sorry, all I know is they're somewhere here in Galwade. Okay, how did you enter the fortress? Through the drainage system? The drainage system? Bingo, you saw those buildings with recessed east walls? There are hidden access ways down into the ground in those recesses. Building with an indented east wall, entry into an underground route in the recess. Got it. Get yourself back there and get out of here. No, I'm staying here. No, you're not. Have no time to babysit a brownie. You get out. No. Sergeant will not abandon the mission, but you have to finish this for your fallen comrades. Snake, having an ally in the field could be useful. Please, sir. Alright. You've got guts. I'll grant you that. Thank you. We'll rendezvous inside the fortress. In the meantime, gather as much intel as possible. Got it. You watch out for your own back until then. Of course. And no cowboy acts. I know that. And one other thing, yes? Can I call you Chris? We don't know each other that well. We can easily change that. As comrades in arms. It's up to you. Okay, my frequency is 140.25. Ask me if you have any questions about the fortress. Okay, Chris. Good luck, Snake. Alright, Snake. Look for that way into the duct that Sergeant General was talking about. Go to the building with the recessed east wall and get underground from the concealed entry point in the recess. Let's take a look at that, Ronald. Ronald Cookie Jar. Oh my god, he's fucking horrifying. This one I would not want. This is a fucking scary one. You want to see that? When you're getting a cookie? Hell no. Yeah, there is. Your ma only has the grimace with the bear, but she's got all the plates and the doll will with never used balloons and whistle. You have one of the plates too? Damn, what the hell? You really do collect a bunch of McDonald's stuff? You have all the VHS Whack Worlds? Oh, the Wacky World, right? That's what it was called. Wacky World of Ronald or something. Except the Loch Ness Monster. Your mom worked for me. Oh, shit. Okay, no wonder. For 27 years, damn. Yeah, look at that. Goddamn. Scary ass clown. Shit, I guess if you don't want your kids to ask for cookies, if you want them to be afraid of cookies, then that's the one to get. Without his head. And 125. Oof. That's crazy that Grimace is 200. But the main character, nobody wants it. Nobody wants Ronald. You have Grimace Island Wacky World VHS. Oh, the Grimace Island one? Yeah, I remember that. Plate you've had since you were a kid. Scared Silly. Oh, that's your favorite. Yeah, you like that one the best probably? Loch Ness Monster one has a cool backstory. Do you know who was in the Sunday suits? Sunday suits in the live action scenes? Oh, the dog. Yeah, it's Vern Troyer, right? Mini-Me. Yeah, Vern Troyer. Yeah, somebody said that he did the voice, but I was like, that doesn't sound like him. I think he's just in the suit, since he's a tiny guy. Yeah, who was... Somebody kept saying... I think McHur. I think it was McHur saying that it was Vern Troyer doing the voice. But I don't know, it did not sound like him. Yeah, just in the suit. Oh, okay, D. Bradley Baker did the voice. Oh yeah, it could have been Godzilla. Yeah. One of them was like so sure that he was doing the voice. I was like, man, that does not sound like him. I don't think it is. Dang, can't go in these lockers. Alright. It's kinda weird. You're always able to go in lockers. What about under this? Nope. Yeah, it's funny. A lot of things Godzilla says, he sounds so sure of himself, but then we find out that he's wrong. He's been wrong about a lot of things he's trying to say are facts. Nick, you need card 1 to open that door. Card 1 should be in that truck to the northwest. Northwest. Oh yeah, that's that room. A truck. Whoa, what the fuck? Oh wait, what? Oh, that camera. Yeah. Oh, there. Oh, that's it. Yeah, key card. Use on doors. Shit. Do they go over here? Nope. Okay. Some of those damn songs in Wacky Worlds. Shit you not. Some you still have in your head. Damn, I forgot all of that. Any music in those? I don't know. Since you made this account, you know way more about McDonald's now. You researched a lot about it. That makes sense. Yeah, it's funny, like, oh shit, you can't hide from them, the camera that way. Gotta let it pass. I guess people expect you to know a lot about McDonald's or something. And they expect me to have played every Mega Man game. And to like know everything about Mega Man. I'm like, nah, I don't know that much. And I haven't played all the games yet. Or at least I haven't played them like all the way through. Definitely haven't played those weird Mega Man games. The ones that are like Pokemon or some bullshit. And like Mega Man Legends, haven't really played that. Wait, let's... I thought they said... just needed that card. Oh, I gotta put it on. Oh, okay, shit. Rations. Oh, ammo. Oh, I played every Mega Man? No. Yeah, I remember someone asked me, oh, that's what it's called, yeah, Battle Network, if I played Battle Network. So I'm playing that shit. Battle Network is awesome in your opinion, and the show was a success, which made the games cha-ching. Oh, wait. Oh, there was a TV show based on Battle Network? Holy fuck, I forgot about that. The fuck? Can't remember the yellow bird's name. Oh. You don't remember Birdie? The yellow bird? Yeah, it's Birdie, real simple. Need to bring Big Mac back, the Moon Man. Oh yeah, that was Mac Tonight. Yeah, I remember that crazy character. Yeah, Mac Tonight. Piano playing, moon face with shades. Yeah, you didn't know about the show either? Yes, and it's good. Yeah, I don't know. I kinda remember there was a show, but definitely never really watched it. He thought the bird from Chuck E. Cheese was Birdie. Oh, that bird's name is Helen. Shit, that one I wouldn't know. I can't even remember the bird, what it looks like from Chuck E. Cheese. They got rid of the moon because apparently it made kids uncomfortable. Yeah, I've heard of adults not liking the moon face either. Yeah, he kind of creeps out everybody. I don't know. I thought he was all right. That's when they were trying to advertise, I guess, McDonald's being open late at night. That's why they came up with that. Like, now open till midnight or some shit. Come see our scary moon man at the stroke of midnight. Oh wait, no, I already went over here, shit. Wonder where the hell do they want me to go? Oh yeah, that's how you talk to them. Okay. Memory. Mei Ling, might as well save. Oh, there you go. They got rid of Chuck E. Cheese has a knockoff Grimace called. Oh yeah, yeah, that's true. That's a total ripoff. Mr. Munch, I remember that. Mr. Munch looks so neat. That, and they only served that one sandwich at midnight. Oh, midnight menu exclusive. Damn, what was that sandwich called? Was it called the Mac Tonight or something? Remember Mega Man from Captain N? Yeah. Wasn't I watching that on stream? An episode of that shit? It feels like I just watched something from there. from that show. What's up, Snake? Save. Yes, save. Save complete. Snake, I know this is difficult mission, but as long as you have confidence in yourself, you can carry it out. Confidence is the first rule of success, like Emerson said. Emerson? So you're a literature expert too? Aha, I knew you had me pegged as a hardware geek. No, not exactly, but you know, I did take electives in college. I purposefully tried to learn things outside of my major too. Rather be a well-balanced engineer. That's why you're always quoting. There's a lot to learn from things different people have said. I'll make sure you get your exposure too. What the? Do you copy? What? I don't wanna save again. Oh shit. Oh man. Yeah, there's a shitload of dialogue, just like regular Metal Gear games. You know, it had to do with the Big Mac. Oh, okay. Special Midnight Big Mac? That's weird. Super Fighting Robot? Mega Man? Fighting Robot. Mega Man. Sounds like everybody wants to see.
Mega power, my mega body, my mega sensors, and I'll make a mega diversion. It's mega stronger than the mega warp. Have enough mega power to mega move it. A mega monstrous castle. Oh, I'll show this mega lizard how kind of mega magic. Wow, that was mega fun. Only one mega problem. Or I'll mega blast you. Having such a mega marvelous time. Mega thanks, Captain N. With my mega power, I may be ever gonna mega make it. My mega heart, I mega muscles with this.
Omega Marty is just redeemed Mega.
Oh, the Captain N DVD is over 200? Damn. I wonder how many episodes it is. Like, I know that show was on for like a good, like 2 or 3 years or something. But I feel like they didn't really make that many episodes. Or maybe I just didn't see them all. I think they're all free on YouTube, so nobody needs to spend $200 to see them. Can enter Galloway through the drainage system. Find an underground passage that leads into the drain system. Did you notice that a few of the buildings are recessed on the east side? East sides. The way down into the ground is hidden in one of those. Find the way down. Shit, I don't know. Gotta look at the fucking buildings now. On their east side. Oh. Oh, it's like 20. Wait, it's 20 on Amazon? Oh, you could find it for 20, but Amazon is selling it for 150. Yeah, okay, Amazon's trying to rip off people. Damn, these guys. Okay, fuck. sneak. Oh my god. Shit. Like no way to sneak around these guys. Alright, everything's cool. Pretty easy to get away. Have you seen Zelda? Yeah, I've seen those. Those, I know they didn't make a lot of them. It only came out once a week. Instead of the Super Mario Brothers cartoon. It was a good cartoon. Mega Man Original Series. $60. It's tempting as all. Someone made an edit of the Zelda cartoon and put Beavis. What the fuck? And just randomly put Beavis in it. You finished shaving, Goldilla? You got a pile of pubes on your bed now? And you love it? That's Goldilla. Oh shit. Camera. This shit, I wonder? Nope, this is not it. Man, what are they talking about? There's a way in through the recesses? Damn, what the fuck? I've been everywhere. I don't see anything like they're talking about. See, can I choke these guys? Nope.
To Isengard! I'm taking the hobbits to Isengard!
Damn, thanks, Marcus. You get to somebody. Oh shit, it's a goal reach.
gifted una subscriptions to the
Up
community.
goal. Awesome. Oh, there we go. I was waiting for that. Yeah, where's punch out? Gotta hear my punch out of it.
We reached our new subs goal of 10. Thank you everyone.
Oh, where's the alert that a new goal started? That one doesn't come out automatically for some reason. I like gotta do it manually and shit. Let me do that right now because I know I'm not gonna remember later on. Let's see, goal. So sub goal. Reach 10. Start new goal. Yeah, start new.
Hey,
There we
great
go.
work, Mac. Now let's take down the next circuit. Hit it, kid, hit it. Come on, Mac, come on. Faster, faster. Come on, you can do it. Keep it up, Mac, keep it up.
New subs goal started.
There's that emotes for that. Yeah, thanks, Mecca's. Who did the sub go to? It just says community. You got one community sub gift. Huh, I don't know. What does that mean? Just anonymously or something? Oh, wait a second. It went to Jenny? Really? That's weird. How come I didn't really see her name pop up? Oh, up here in the chat. Okay. I was looking at the OBS activity. For some reason, it doesn't show there. Okay, cool. Alright. Gotta add Jenny to the list. I thought she might have been subbed already. I don't know. But yeah, good to know now. New sub. Awesome. Where was I? Whoa. Oh damn, they're still looking for me. Oh yeah, there's that ladder. I don't know how to get to that. And this place is nothing going on there. Yeah. Yeah, I see there's like a secret entrance. I don't see anything. Come on. On the east side of some buildings. Crouching near a camera is a bad idea. Oh, what the hell is that? Is that a glitch? Oh, fun.
McDonald's
this,
gave me diabetes just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I hope this is a walkthrough for Metal Gear. Here we go. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Oh, his voice. Okay, I have seen this actually. It matches so perfectly. Sounds like a lightsaber. And Butthead. Butthead, the king. Making love. Yeah, it fits, but it shouldn't. Boing, yoing, yoing. Asswipe. This is canon now. And this is the whole episode? What the fuck? Someone RAM hack Zelda games immediately replaced with these audio lines. Well, excuse me, princess. Ganon's voice, by the way, in this show, badass. Yeah, that was a pretty good voice for the way they drew him and everything. Just straight up pig. Oh, I just noticed that was music from Breath of the Wild. First episode, he turns into a fucking dragon. Yeah, I think when this came out, I was confused about Ganon. I didn't know if he was a pig all the time or whatever. Or if he was human or anything. I don't think Ganon was ever human at this time. Yeah, he's a warthog right here. I think they introduced human Ganon when the N64 game came out. What are these things? I can't believe they did an entire episode. What the fuck? Pig bird. Yeah, when I saw this, the Beavis edit, it was just 1 minute. I didn't know they did all this shit. What the fuck? Settle down. What the fuck? Yeah, this is C Lab Godzilla, not Johnny Quest. Yeah, this used to come out on Adult Swim. But yeah, originally it was an old cartoon from the 60s or 70s. William Street. What the? Alright, well, getting pretty hungry and it's getting pretty late. So I think gonna call it and go out on a raid in a bit and save it. Just in case I ever come back to Metal Gear on Game Boy Color. Alright. Let's check out who's on right now. That was fucking amazing. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Crazy, they did an entire episode and threw in that C-Lab shit. Let's see who's on. Damn, a lot of people. Oh, I see Stonk. Stonk is on. Shit. Let's go see Stonk then. Seems to be streaming more now. Maybe he's finishing up, oh shit. I don't know what he's doing. Looks like he's showing the coffee guy. Later. Alright, Umbra. See you next time. Great stuff. Yeah, thanks, Shell. Blah, blah, blah. Just finished shaving. Need a raid recommendation. Oh, yeah, we're gonna go see Stonk. Might be off. Alright, gonna raid right now. Okay, whoops, I missed it.